Chapter 300. She is the princess of the Rosen Kingdom. She killed her father, the king of the Rosen Kingdom. She rebelled against her own kingdom. She used her innate skill, Gale, to escape from the Rosen Kingdom to Carol in just half a day. She doesn't want to return to the Rosen Kingdom in the near future. She wants to make a comeback. Thinking of this, Reynolds had a headache. He glanced at Eileen next to him and found that she seemed to have fallen asleep. Her long blonde hair, long eyelashes, delicate skin, and her breaths were like orchids. Her chest was moving up and down, and her arms were wrapped around her chest. She looked like a sleeping baby. She's about the same age as me, Reynolds thought to himself. A girl carrying so many things. Maybe it's because they grew up in different environments that he can't understand the thoughts of the royal family. He's not a person of this world, and his current purpose is to go to the distant academy of the Tang Empire to study, become stronger, and then go to the burial ground to find Lin Ling. But now, Nathan, Nossi, and the others he knew have disappeared without a trace. He's very worried about their safety. Where did they go? Reynolds touched the phone in his pocket and turned it on, only to find that it was turned off. There's no battery at all. So, the only thing that can prove that he's an Earthling has also lost its effect. Reynolds shook his head, stood up, and walked out of the door. Where are you going? Eileen, who was at the side, suddenly blurted out, giving Reynolds a huge fright. You're not asleep. Eileen opened her eyes and looked at Reynolds. I'm not a deep sleeper. I'll notice even the slightest movement. This is the basic element of a warrior. Looking at Reynolds' dumbfounded expression, Eileen asked again, Where are you going? The toilet. Eileen didn't speak. Reynolds didn't look back and walked out of the door. As soon as he walked out of the door, a cold wind hit his face, causing Reynolds to shiver. It was dark outside, full of dead silence. The stars and the red waning moon in the sky seemed to be crying. War is really something that can't be helped. Reynolds sighed. After finishing his business outside, he was ready to go back. Just then, something that looked like a dog on the ground scurried toward them. Since there was no light, only the faint moonlight, Reynolds couldn't tell what it was on the ground. Let's hurry back. Reynolds was a little scared. He hurriedly returned to Elena's side. This way, he would feel safe. Hastily walking into a house, Reynolds looked around and cried out, Not good, seems to have entered the wrong house. It was all because the sky was too dark and the bonfire didn't seem to be very bright. Reynolds cursed inwardly. Just as he was about to leave, he saw a weak light in the room. Reynolds walked over and took a closer look. He realized that it was a dry well. At the bottom of the dry well, there was a faint light. Just as he finished speaking, the beam of light shot up from the bottom of the well. Before Reynolds could react, he felt his upper body being hugged by something. Reynolds screamed. Only then did he realize that the thing hugging him was a huge monster with a human face and a snake body. The human face had the appearance of a woman with long black hair and pale skin. She actually had 8 arms. These 8 arms were all hugging Reynolds's upper body. Human, your body has a strong vitality. The monster opened its mouth and spoke. It stuck out its tongue and licked Reynolds's cheek. F***ck, F***king let go of me. After a brief moment of fear, Reynolds began to struggle. However, he realized that under the restraint of the monster's 8 arms, he couldn't move at all. Whoosh, the monster's entire body rushed out of the dry well. Reynolds was horrified to find that the monster's long string of bones was regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. How satisfying. Power is flowing out of my body. Because you have that thing. The monster let out a charming laugh. It stuck out its tongue and kept licking Reynolds's cheek as if it wanted to eat him up. You F***king let go of me. Reynolds screamed as his right hand broke free and pushed towards the monster's face with his palm. Unexpectedly, a beam of light shot out from Reynolds's palm and instantly enveloped the monster's face. Ah, the monster screamed. The arm that was grabbing Reynolds was broken by the beam of light. Its entire body fell back into the dry well. Apocalypse bracelet, I will definitely get it. Reynolds fell and sat on the ground, panting heavily as he watched the monster's disappearing figure, still in a state of shock. Apocalypse bracelet? Reynolds was puzzled. He looked at the bracelet on his right hand. It seemed to be emitting light. Could it be this? Reynolds stood up and removed the monster's arm that was still grabbing onto his clothes. He threw it on the ground. What the hell is this? Looking at the bracelet, Reynolds didn't think anymore and rushed out of the house. The familiar house, the slightly bright bonfire. Elena's eyes were closed. Her sleeping face looked rather holy. Seeing this, Reynolds's hanging heart instantly relaxed. Whenever he saw Elena, he would feel an inexplicable sense of security. Reynolds looked at her and realized that she was probably asleep. He hesitated for a moment and decided not to wake her up. He also lay down beside the bonfire and fell asleep. The next day, the sun was bright. When Reynolds opened his eyes, he realized that Elena wasn't here. Reynolds was shocked. He hurriedly got up and looked around. The bonfire was extinguished. There wasn't much left. The house was empty and cold. Reynolds walked out of the house and looked for traces of Elena. It wasn't that he was worried. Without Elena by his side, he would feel insecure. "Elena!" Reynolds shouted. He looked around the house and realized that her unicorn was still leisurely basking in the sun. It seemed that Elena hadn't left. Reynolds was relieved. When he was about to return to the house, he saw the room that he had mistakenly entered last night. The dry well inside, it was daytime. The inside was also illuminated by the sunlight. There was nothing to be afraid of. Reynolds hesitated for a moment and walked into the house. Reynolds was very careful. He was afraid that another monster would jump out and lick him. Thinking about how that human-faced snake-bodied demonic beast had licked him with its tongue, Reynolds felt a chill run down his spine. He slowly walked towards the dry well and carefully stuck his head out. When he saw the scene in the well, he couldn't help but sigh in relief. Chapter 301. The dry well was about 7 to 8 meters deep, and it was empty. There wasn't even a rat, let alone a huge monster. Where did it go? Reynolds looked at the bracelet on his wrist. This was called the Apocalypse bracelet. If he kept wearing this thing, that demonic beast would definitely come again. Reynolds frowned, not knowing what to do. At this moment, a voice came from behind Reynolds. "You're awake." When Reynolds heard this voice, he hurriedly turned his head and saw Elena walking over from an unknown place. "Eileen, where did you go?" "The toilet." Reynolds was speechless when he heard Eileen's short answer. "What's wrong, Reynolds? Are you so afraid that I'll leave you behind? You're really a pervert." Eileen couldn't help but tease when she saw Reynolds's reaction. "No." Reynolds was speechless. He stretched out his right hand and asked Eileen, "Do you know what this bracelet is?" "Last night, I was attacked by a monster with a human face and a snake's body in the dry well." Eileen glanced at it and said, "I noticed this bracelet when I first saw you, but I don't know where it came from." She paused and said, "But I'm sure that this bracelet is emitting a faint aura of life. It looks very rare." She glanced at Reynolds and didn't ask further. Reynolds was silent. He didn't know where this bracelet came from, but he definitely couldn't throw it away. Moreover, the space in his body was worth exploring. As the two of them were talking, a shrill cry came from afar. It sounded like a woman being tortured. However, this cry was louder and more bone-piercing. "What's that sound?" Reynolds looked into the distance and saw a long and huge monster rising from the ground. Looking closely, it was the familiar monster with a human face and a snake's body. It was the monster that attacked Reynolds last night. In the morning, it didn't look like a human face and a snake's body. It was obviously a huge centipede with a human face. "That's it." Reynolds cried out, "Last night, there was nothing in the well. When I went there, the monster came back to life and tried to steal my bracelet." Eileen didn't even look at the demonic beast as she coldly said to Reynolds, "Ah, so it's this kind of trash. Even this kind of trash can scare you. Do as you see fit." After saying that, he ignored Reynolds and walked into the house. "I'm going to sleep. Don't let it disturb me." Reynolds stared blankly as Elena entered the house. Elena. Looking at this woman's ruthless look, Reynolds cursed in his heart. "Give me the Apocalypse bracelet." At this time, the 100-legged witch discovered Reynolds. Like an arrow leaving the bow, her huge body rushed towards Reynolds. Damn it! Reno gritted his teeth, turned around and ran. This 100-legged witch was about 10 meters long and possessed boundless strength. Reynolds wondered if his discipline skill would be effective against her. Reynolds fled to the densest part of town. In that case, the demonic beast should slow down his speed. Pater, crackle, as if deliberately slapping Reynolds in the face, this 100-legged witch not only didn't let the houses obstruct her path, but instead used her huge body to sweep through the houses. Like a destructive beast, she rushed straight towards Reynolds. How could Reynolds's speed be faster than this witch? She quickly caught up and wrapped her long body around him. Apocalypse bracelet. I finally got you. Reynolds was wrapped around by her body until he couldn't breathe. He wanted to pull his arm out, but he couldn't move it at all. Reynolds's mind moved and the space in his body appeared. He sent his consciousness towards the disciplined skill. Rumble, without any warning, a pink lightning bolt quickly struck down from the sky, ruthlessly striking the demonic beast's body. The demonic beast felt pain and loosened its grip on Reynolds. Reynolds slid to the ground. Panting, he looked at the infuriated demonic beast, stood up, and hurriedly ran away. Seems like discipline skill was useful. Then, I'll punish you to death. With his mind set, Reynolds prepared to use discipline skill again. But this time, when Reynolds looked at the skill pain in his body, he was shocked. The discipline skills icon had turned gray. It seemed like there was a countdown. As if it had cooled down. Using a skill, there was a cooldown. But, why could he use purification skill without limit? Without noticing, Reynolds screamed as a sharp pain came from his right hand. He raised his hand to look and found that the witch had quickly bitten off Reynolds's bracelet and tore off a piece of flesh. How could this be? Reynolds looked at the demonic beast swallowing the bracelet and said with hatred. The moment the 100-legged witch swallowed the bracelet, Reynolds looked at her changes with vigilance. In the blink of an eye after she swallowed the bracelet, the witch's originally fair human face changed instantly. Its human skin quickly fell off, revealing a terrifying and ferocious appearance. Its 2 eyes were as large as pebbles, and its skin instantly turned black and tightened. Its original cherry mouth fell off, revealing a bloody mouth filled with dense sharp teeth. So satisfying. Power filled my body in an instant. Looking at this witch's face of enjoyment, Reynolds couldn't help but feel nauseous. You're already useless. After the transformation, the 100-legged witch's strength and agility increased by many times. Seeing that Reynolds was still standing by the side, she ferociously pounced towards him. Reynolds was burning with anxiety. Seeing that the discipline skill was still in cooldown, he could only turn around and run. The only way now was to run to Eileen's side. Without thinking too much, looking at the witch's bloody mouth pouncing towards him, Reynolds rolled and crawled back the way he came. Eileen, come and save me. Looking at the huge monster behind him wriggling towards him, Reynolds was so scared that his legs were about to turn to jelly. At this time, he couldn't care about his face and shouted Eileen's name loudly. What a mess, my friend. Eileen walked out of the house unhurriedly. Looking at the flustered Reynolds being chased by the 100-legged witch, she ridiculed him. The 100-legged witch saw Eileen's appearance and the ferocious look on her face became stronger. She roared, "All of you are my food." Reynolds hurriedly hid behind Eileen and said, "Eileen, don't mock me." My bracelet was swallowed into her stomach. Eileen didn't look at Reynolds and snorted, "Just hide behind me obediently." Chapter 302. After saying that, she raised her head and said to the 100-legged witch provocatively, "Hand over the bracelet, or I will kill you." Stinky brat. The 100-legged witch could not stand the provocation. At this moment, she scolded loudly and rushed over. In an instant, she tangled up with Elena and Reynolds. "Hee, bragging brat, watch how I torture you." Elena did not move and said coldly to the 100-legged witch, "Do you know why I asked you to hand over the bracelet first before killing you?" Seeing that it did not respond, Elena showed a fierce expression and said sternly, "Because I am afraid of destroying the bracelet that I am curious about." Immediately, a holy light suddenly appeared on Elena's body and enveloped her and Reynolds' body. Ha! Elena struggled hard and broke free from the 100-legged witch's long body. After a few flips in the air, Elena landed on the ground with one knee on the ground. She summoned her spear, Holy Glory, and shouted, "Come, monster, die." The 100-legged witch opened her bloody mouth and rushed towards Elena. In the next moment, Elena's body was like an arrow that left the bow. She was like a yellow holy light that pierced through the 100-legged witch. Her spear danced wildly and her body moved nimbly around the 100-legged witch's body. In just a moment, the 100-legged witch's body was cut into pieces by Elena and scattered on the ground. So powerful. She only used one attack. Reynolds looked at the side in surprise. HMPH, useless trash. Elena kept her spear and looked at the scattered pieces of flesh on the ground. Look for it yourself and see where the bracelet is. Hearing Elena's words, Reynolds walked over and looked at the pieces of flesh on the ground. They were still squirming, as if they wanted to gather together and put back together. Can you see the glowing pieces of flesh? Your bracelet should be inside. Elena said to Reynolds, if you don't take out the bracelet quickly, these pieces of flesh will return to their original state. No matter how you kill them, they will not die. I found it. Reynolds carefully took out the bracelet from the witch's mouth that had already turned into a piece of meat. At this moment, something miraculous happened. After Reynolds took out the bracelet, the wriggling pieces of flesh on the ground immediately lost their vitality and stopped moving. After a while, they turned into a pile of bones. What a magical bracelet! It might be a divine weapon from some country that accidentally fell into your hands. Reynolds was speechless as he put the bracelet back on his right hand. Hiss! Elena looked at Reynolds and teased, "What happened? Are you hurt?" Reynolds nodded. He stretched out his right hand and said, "A piece of flesh was torn off. Fortunately, the artery was not injured." After experiencing such strange things in this ruined town, Elena decided to leave this place. At the very least, he had to change to another place to see if any demonic beasts would attack Reynolds. Eileen and Reynolds were riding on a tall, snow-white unicorn as they galloped through the wilderness at high speed. Reynolds was not used to riding this kind of thing, not to mention riding the same thing as Elena. Reynolds, who was originally Elena's subordinate, only had the right to walk on the ground. However, now that Elena had mysteriously acknowledged him as a friend, he could sit on the same level as Elena and ride on the same mount as her. The only awkward thing was that Reynolds was riding at the back while Elena was riding at the front. During the ride, the road was bumpy. It was inevitable that there would be friction between the legs and some subtle reactions. Reynolds was embarrassed and speechless. Elena, on the other hand, did not have any reaction. She kept asking Reynolds questions along the way. Reynolds felt awkward as he tried to hold back his laughter. He could tell that Elena's snow-white neck was already showing a tinge of red even though she was asking nonchalantly. Was she shy? The unicorn's speed was very fast. If Reynolds was not holding onto Elena's armor while riding on it, he would have been thrown to the ground by the inertia. The whole morning passed. Everywhere Reynolds and Elena went, it was a vast expanse of whiteness. In the distance, it was the most boundless, as if it was a kingdom of ice and snow. There was still smoke rising from the kitchen chimneys. Elena said, "According to my map, we've arrived at the Snowfall tribe. The climate here is cold and it will snow heavily. Then it will cover this place and turn it into a silent land." Snowfall tribe? Reynolds thought. It seemed that they were getting farther and farther away from the Barbaker kingdom. This village gave Reynolds the feeling that besides the vast expanse of whiteness, there was only coldness. It was really cold. Even at the edge of the village, Reynolds could feel the crystallization when he exhaled. "Elena, aren't you cold?" Reynolds tried to resist the chill and even shivered. He looked at Elena who was beside him as if nothing had happened. She was wearing armor that shone with silver light, revealing her smooth and tender thighs. She wore long silver boots. Step by step, she stepped in the snow covering her ankles. "I'm not cold." Hearing Reynolds's question, Elena seemed to find it incredible. She couldn't help but look at Reynolds up and down, her eyes full of ridicule. "Look at the clothes you're wearing. You've wrapped yourself up like a meatball. How dare you say that you're cold?" Reynolds sighed and said, I'm not as strong as you. In the winter, I'm only wearing armor. My legs and shoulders are exposed. I feel cold just by looking at you. On Earth, there was no shortage of girls who still exposed their thighs in the cold winter. For example, the girls from Japan and Russia were tougher than the other. The only difference was that they felt cold, but Elena didn't feel cold at all. After walking for a short while, they arrived at the village. In the village, there were ordinary residential houses, thatched houses, and wooden houses, covered with thick weeds. It seemed that they were used to keep out the cold. Reynolds couldn't stand it anymore. He was shivering in the cold. Under Elena's disdainful gaze, he knocked on the door of a family. You are. The door opened. The person who opened the door seemed to be a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. His clothes were old and tattered, but they were very thick. One of his legs looked a little strange, as if he was lame. Hello, we're adventurers. Can we stay in your house for the night? Reynolds asked. The middle-aged man seemed to hesitate for a moment. He looked at Elena, then nodded and said, All right, come in. After entering the house, Reynolds instantly felt a wave of warmth enveloping his body. A huge fireplace was burning in the house. There was also a brazier next to it, covered with barbed wire. It seemed that some food was being roasted. Reynolds could tell that this person didn't really want to take them in. He only agreed after seeing Elena. Chapter 303. It's really rare that there are still adventurers in this situation. They sat in front of the fireplace and warmed themselves up. After chatting for a while, Reynolds learned that this person was called Luca. Elena listened to Luca's words and didn't deny it. As the princess of Babaica, she was very clear about these things. In this crisis, the village also suffered from strange incidents of unknown origin. Every villager is in a state of panic and rejects all outsiders. Luca's gaze kept sweeping over Elena's face. There was no lust in his expression, but more of a reminiscence. Elena was not interested at all. She just slowly drank the hot tea with her eyebrows furrowed. It seemed that this tea was really disgusting. Reynolds was interested in Luca's words and asked, Uncle Luca, what are the strange incidents in this village? Isn't it about the war? As soon as these words came out, Luca's eyes dimmed instantly. They were full of sadness and despair. Reynolds saw this and said awkwardly, Sorry, Uncle. I was rude. After a while, Luca waved his hand and said slowly, Alas, the strange incidents in the village started a few months ago. He closed his eyes and recalled for a while. He said, Every 7 days, a villager will mysteriously disappear in the village. There are less than 1,000 people in the village. No one knows if the next person to disappear will be themselves. In addition to the sudden war, almost everyone in the village who can leave has moved away. Only some old, weak, sick and disabled people are left. Elena suddenly interrupted, Then what are your plans? Are you going to wait for death here? You. Reynolds looked at Luca awkwardly. He thought to himself that Elena was indeed a person with temperament. When Luca heard Elena's words, he was not angry at all. Instead, he was happy. He said, I won't leave. I want to wait for someone here. Reynolds and Elena looked at him and listened to him talk about the previous situation. It was a bright night, the coldest time of the snowfall village. The cold wind whistled through the mountains, making the old palm trees tremble tiredly. From time to time, there was a whining sound. The wind blew up the snow on the brown palm trees and blew the snow into the moonlight. Even the moonlight was freezing. At the edge of the forest, there was a lonely, run-down house. It was cold, and even the fireplace was broken. This was Uncle Luca's house. Ever since his parents died, Uncle Luca had been living in this old house. It was a run-down house and a run-down Uncle Luca. Luca was 39 years old this year, but he looked like he was 59 years old. He didn't have much to do and was even bitten by a wolf until he was crippled. Not to mention a wife, there wasn't even a girl in the village who was willing to talk to Uncle Luca. Uncle Luca curled himself up in a black blanket and sat beside the fireplace, smoking his pipe and singing loudly. From time to time, he would choke on the thick smoke and cough. For Luca, this was already a very good entertainment. Luca sat by the fireplace and sang loudly. His voice was very loud. Because of the wind blowing against the window, he couldn't hear himself for a while. Uncle Luca was singing happily when he suddenly heard the sound of someone banging on the door. This sound was louder than the wind and louder than Luca's singing. "Who's there?" Uncle Luca shouted. No one answered. The sound of someone banging on the door was still there. Uncle Luca was a little unhappy. He put on his patched cotton clothes and got off the bed. He limped over. When he opened the door, the cold wind blew in fiercely. It brought along snow particles and hit Uncle Luca's face. It hurt. A girl stood in the snow outside the door. The wind blew through her hair. She looked to be less than 20 years old. She wore a light white cotton clothes, a bamboo hat, and straw sandals covered with mud. The clothes were dirty, but the girl was very beautiful. Uncle Luca was a little dizzy. He even felt his breathing become rapid. This girl was really white. Her skin was like the flesh of an apple. She had shiny black hair, watery eyes, and cold lips. The girl didn't say anything. She walked into the house. Uncle Luca was stunned. He turned around and closed the door, locking it tightly. The girl still didn't say anything, but she began to take off her clothes. She took off her dirty light white cotton clothes, took off her wet clothes, and took off the bra that Luca didn't know how to describe, revealing her white skin. Luca rushed up and hugged her. She was cold, but Luca was as hot as fire. When they hugged each other, it was neither cold nor hot. The next day, Luca had a wife. However, he still didn't have a woman to talk to. That woman didn't speak. He didn't know if it was because she couldn't speak. Luca thought that she was most likely a fugitive from the war. However, now that she had an identity, she was Luca's wife. That meant that she was from the Snowfall village. In order to let his wife live a better life, Luca, who had always been lazy, actually became diligent. After a month, the girl was pregnant. After another 10 months, the woman gave birth to a little boy. Like the woman, the boy also had snow-white skin, unlike Luca's dark skin, like the bark of a palm tree. Luca thought that he had to fix the fireplace and heat it up. He couldn't let his wife freeze after giving birth. Thus, he spent a lot of money to fix the fireplace. That day in the village, Luca felt very proud. All the villagers knew that Luca had married a beautiful wife and even gave birth to a son for him. They were envious and jealous. However, that night, when Luca opened the door, he saw that the bed beside the warm fireplace was empty. There was no one there. There was a puddle of water on the bed. Outside the house, there was neat white snow. There were only Luca's footprints on the snow. The child was crying loudly, looking for his mother. Outside, there was the endless howling of the wind. As for the girl who appeared in the snowy night, she silently disappeared into the snow and never appeared again. Who was she? Why didn't she speak? Was she a fugitive or not? Where did she go? Some people in the village said that the girl most likely ran away with another man. After all, the girl was so beautiful and Luca was so ugly. Some people said that the girl had been taken away. That day, a few soldiers in armor had sneaked into the village. Some people also said that the girl wasn't human at all. She was a snow woman, a demon beast from the mountains and snow. Her body was made of ice and snow. She melted beside the hot fireplace, leaving only a puddle of water. And Luca cried for a whole day. For a whole day. Then, he stopped crying. Instead, he smiled and looked at the sleeping child in the swaddling clothes. That child was so similar to her. Don't say it. When he cried, he looked a little like Luca. An hour passed. Reynolds sat on the bed and listened to Luca's story. He sighed deeply. Chapter 304. He didn't know how to comfort Luca. He didn't expect this simple and down-and-out villager to have such a mythical experience. I miss her every day. At this moment, Luca was sobbing uncontrollably. Murky tears flowed down his cheeks. A man who looked to be in his 50s was sobbing. Anyone who saw him would feel bad. Reynolds could only comfort him. Uncle Luca, it's okay. Don't be sad. You still have your child. Isn't your child still here? Luca wiped his tears and said, "My child went missing a few months ago. He's the first villager to go missing." "Ah, I'm sorry." Reynolds looked at Luca awkwardly and sighed helplessly, because he really had nothing else to say. Luca didn't mind. He looked at the ceiling and said slowly, "It's okay. It's all in the past. I, Luca, have a wife and a child. God has treated me well. I can die without regrets." The house was silent for a while. Luca brought Reynolds to the village to buy some cooked food. "Haha, it's rare for a guest to come to my house. Your friend Reynolds and I will go to the village to buy some cooked food. It's cold outside. Miss, you can wait at my house." Luca subconsciously treated Elena as a delicate girl and brought Reno to the village. Reynolds stepped on the thick snow. It was as if he was strolling on the clouds. Everything was white, and it felt like a dream. After walking for about 20 minutes, Luca brought Reynolds to a house that looked like a tavern. 5 pounds of cooked meat and 1 pound of steak. There were almost no people in the village. Because of the weather, most of the young adults had left the village to run for their lives. Luca also told Reynolds that a group of Bobika's troops had come here a while ago. However, they didn't burn, kill, or loot. They might have been chased away by the weather. Reynolds smiled and said, "Uncle Luca, don't worry. We're here." Luca smiled honestly. He didn't take Reynolds's words to heart. If he knew Elena's identity and strength, who knew what he would think? The snow was getting heavier and heavier. Luca looked at the sky and said, "Let's go back quickly. There will be a snowstorm later." Reynolds sighed at the magical climate here and followed Luca back to the familiar little wooden house. "Elena, I'm back." Reynolds trembled as he ran into the house. He quickly squatted by the fireplace and rubbed his hands as he breathed. It was too cold outside. Elena, who was sitting at the side, took off her silver armor and long boots, revealing 2 smooth and straight calves. She crossed one leg over the other, and her toes kept moving. It was both seductive and cute. Seeing Reynolds like this, he said disdainfully, "I regret making you my friend now." Reynolds did not mind at all. He was already used to Elena's sarcasm. He also roughly understood that she was only harsh with her words, but she still treated him well. Just like that, the 3 of them sat by the fireplace and had a meal in silence. Eileen didn't hold back at all as she gobbled down large chunks of meat and gulped down large bowls of wine in one go. Although she was extremely bold and unrestrained, she still revealed an elegant temperament. It was gradually getting dark outside. Or rather, in this climate, there was very little time during the day. Most of the time, it was gloomy. Luca found 2 blankets for Reynolds and Elena. The 2 of them slept in another small house with their backs against the fireplace. Reynolds and Elena slept on the same bed. Elena did not mind. She placed one hand behind her head and closed her eyes. It was unknown if she was asleep. It was Reynolds's first time sleeping so close to a girl. He felt that it was a little absurd. There were also some subtle emotions in his heart. During the day, after being chased by the 100-legged witch and walking a long distance, Reynolds was already tired. He finally could not help but fall asleep. After some time, Reynolds felt someone poking his waist. He opened his eyes and found that Elena had sat up. She whispered to Reynolds, "Did you hear a baby crying outside the house?" Reynolds was stunned. He listened carefully. Indeed, there was a baby crying outside the house. It seemed to be not far from the house. The crying was faintly discernible. Under the cover of the whistling cold wind, this sound could actually be heard. It was like a sound that directly penetrated the soul. It was heartbreaking and annoying. "Elena, do you want to go out and take a look?" Reynolds asked. At this moment, the room was pitch black. Elena, who was sleeping beside Reynolds, was wearing a milky white loose dress. She knelt on the bed. In Reynolds's eyes, she seemed to be emitting a holy radiance. This radiance made Elena even more sacred and seductive. Elena nodded and said, "Of course I want to go out and take a look." "Reynolds, come with me." "Okay, let's go together." As he said that, Reynolds put on a thick coat and carefully put on his shoes. He got off the bed and followed behind Elena. In the room outside, Uncle Luca was sleeping soundly. His snores were deafening. Obviously, he did not hear the sound outside. Elena opened the door. Immediately, a gust of cold wind mixed with snow particles rushed in. The two closed the door and walked out. "It's so cold," Reynolds said loudly. His voice was very soft because of the snowstorm. Sure enough, there was a snowstorm outside. The snow particles were like knives as they fiercely hit Reynolds's face. Elena looked at him with disdain and said, "Cut the crap. Come with me." Reynolds was speechless. He looked at Elena's clothes. She was wearing a thin white dress and silver boots. In her hand was her weapon, Holy Radiance. What a strong physique. The baby's cries came from the forest not far away. Reynolds followed behind Elena, shivering in the cold. Could it be that some random child had wandered into the forest and gotten lost, or had encountered some danger? A child without any ability to protect himself would be frozen to death in such bad weather. Thinking of this, Reynolds was somewhat anxious. He could not help but quicken his steps. After a while, they got closer and closer. The cries got closer and closer. Reynolds heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that the child was still alive for the time being. At this moment, Elena suddenly stopped in her tracks. She used her arm to block Reynolds and said in a low voice, "Be careful." Reynolds was stunned. He quickly looked in front of him. What entered Reynolds's eyes was not a cute child, but a monster that was about 4 meters tall and 8 meters long. Its entire body was covered in rotting tumus. The cries of a baby were actually coming from this extremely disgusting monster's large mouth that was dripping with thick liquid. Chapter 305. Reynolds sucked in a breath of cold air. He subconsciously clenched his fists and asked with a trembling voice, "Eileen, what is this?" The man-eating beast Mingui can make hallucinatory sounds from its mouth. Its cries are very strange. Those who can hear its cries are very kind people, Eileen said with a complicated expression. Reynolds didn't know what she was thinking. The Mingui relied on this shameless method to charm the innocent and kind people. Then, it would hunt and devour them to increase its strength. The more people it ate, the faster it would increase its strength. Reynolds instantly understood why the people in the Snowfall village had disappeared. There was a high probability that they were lured by this man-eating beast and devoured. That guy called Luca was a fortune-teller. If he hadn't met us, he would have been the one who disappeared tonight, Eileen said expressionlessly. Looking at the man-eating beast, Eileen snorted. She flashed and jumped in front of it, staring at it closely. The man-eating beast cry ghost opened its mouth and let out a strange cry. It sounded like a baby crying. Suddenly, it closed its bloody mouth and its whole body was like a bolt of lightning. It quickly rushed in front of Reynolds, and a black gas immediately came out of its mouth and quickly enveloped Reynolds, who had no time to react. Reynolds. Eileen thought to herself that she had miscalculated. This guy was indeed very cunning. He knew to eliminate the weak first. The black gas enveloped Reynolds's body. Reynolds was shocked. The next moment, he discovered that the black gas didn't have any offensive power. He didn't feel anything strange either. However, Reynolds felt that his body was tightly sucked in by something. He couldn't move. Moreover, his right hand was uncontrollably sucked into the man-eating beast's mouth. The Apocalypse bracelet. Reynolds instantly understood its goal. Sure enough, this demonic beast also had his bracelet as its target. At this moment, Reynolds didn't have time to think. With a thought, he summoned a pink lightning bolt. It quickly and fiercely descended from the sky and struck the man-eating beast. However, the man-eating beast didn't dodge. It just opened its mouth and swallowed the lightning into its stomach. Unscathed, it even licked its mouth as if it hadn't had enough. Reynolds was stunned. This was his only offensive skill. Under his all-out attack, it was unscathed. In his despair, Reynolds could only watch helplessly as his body got closer and closer to Mingui's disgusting mouth. He could even smell the stench that even the blizzard could not cover. He was about to vomit from the stench. At this critical moment, a small ball of holy light flew out from behind the man-eating beast. Seeing this ball of light, Mingui knew that it was Elena's spear, but he didn't think much of it. He opened his mouth and swallowed the ball of light, licking his lips like before. But this time, Ming Gui miscalculated. There was a price to pay for eating indiscriminately. At this moment, the huge body of the man-eating beast suddenly inflated like a balloon. The strange beast was no longer as calm as before. Its ugly face was extremely twisted, as if it was enduring incomparable pain. First, Ming Gui's eyeballs fell out of their sockets. Then, with a loud bang, Ming Gui's entire body exploded. His internal organs and intestines fell into the snow and were buried by the snowstorm in no time. "Hey, are you still alive?" Elena walked to Reynolds's side and mocked him. Reynolds looked at Elena and found that he could move. He heaved a sigh of relief, but his face was still shaken. "I'm still alive. I won't die. Thank you, Elena." Elena grabbed Reynolds's hand and looked at the bracelet. "It's confirmed now. If you don't throw this bracelet away, there will be all kinds of strange beasts and even powerful people fighting for it in the future." Reynolds was silent. "All right, go back and get warm. Look at your embarrassing appearance. I don't care if you freeze to death." After saying that, Elena ignored Reynolds and walked out of the forest. Reynolds smiled bitterly and also walked out of the forest. The two returned to Uncle Luca's house. When they opened the door, they found that Luca was still sleeping soundly. Reynolds looked at him and couldn't help but smile. Now, there shouldn't be any more missing people in the village. Elena took off her silver boots and lay down on the bed. Reynolds also took off his shoes and thick clothes before lying down beside Elena. Looking at Elena, who was so close to him, he suddenly felt like he was hallucinating. Was this the feeling of having a friend? No matter what he did, he wasn't alone. At this moment, Reynolds couldn't fall asleep. He looked at the bracelet on his right hand silently, his heart in turmoil. Why did this bracelet appear on his body? What was the world in his body? The current him was simply too weak. Although protecting himself in front of ordinary people wasn't a problem, in front of unknown strange beasts and unknown situations, he had no ability to protect himself at all. Just like today. This made Reynolds even more determined to go to the Tang Academy. However, he couldn't go now. At the very least, he had to follow Elena and search for traces of the missing people of the Kalor tribe. "Are you so scared that you can't sleep?" Elena asked softly. From the looks of it, she wasn't asleep either. When Reynolds heard that, he didn't get angry. He was already used to the way Elena talked to him. "Do you know about the Tang Academy?" Reynolds asked. She was the princess of the Babika family, so she definitely knew about the academy. "Father wants me to go, saying that I'm a natural war god." "I didn't go. It's a long journey and I'm too lazy to travel," Elena said casually. After a short pause, she asked, "Why? Do you want to go there?" Reynolds grunted in response. "That's true. After all, you've awakened your innate skill, and you're too weak. It's not a bad idea to cultivate there." In the darkness, Elena seemed to be laughing. This laughter didn't sound like a joke to Reynolds. It sounded like she was teasing him. "Where are we going tomorrow?" Reynolds asked. He had no clue how to find the missing people of the Kalor tribe, so he could only follow Elena. In addition, his apocalypse bracelet was an ominous item. With Elena by his side, he would be very safe. "Let's stay here for a few days first. I'm interested in that snow woman that Luca mentioned." Elena turned over, leaving her back to Reynolds. In the darkness, in the narrow space, Elena turned around slightly, and a faint fragrance lingered in the air, entering Reynolds's nostrils. So fragrant. Reynolds's mind shook, and he also turned around, his back facing Elena. The night passed uneventfully. Chapter 306. In the next few days, Reynolds and Elena walked around the village to check on the situation and also to find the Snow Lady. Since Elena killed the man-eating beast that night, no one went missing in the village. When the two of them were bored, Elena asked Reynolds to chat with her. From the beginning, they talked about the system. Gradually, the two of them talked more and more. The combination of Chinese and Western, ancient and modern, astronomy, geography, sea and sky. Elena was indeed the princess of the Barbaker royal family. She had received an elite education since she was young. Whether it was the art of war, the strategy of governing the country, or the training of martial arts, they were all top-notch. All kinds of topics were at her fingertips. She was knowledgeable. There was no need to talk about Reynolds. After all, he was a university graduate. He knew everything and could talk about anything. He liked to surf the internet, play games, and read all kinds of nonsense. He had a lot of knowledge in his mind. Every time the two of them talked, they would talk for a long time. There were even a few times when they talked about the same topic and there would be conflicts. For example, Elena talked about the founding history of the Barbaker kingdom. The first king was so powerful and magnificent. He built the famous capital of the mainland, God Bestowment. Reynolds told her about the history of Qin Shi Huang ruling the world and building the world miracle, the Great Wall. Elena said that her country had a deep cultural heritage and had many outstanding singers and poets. Reynolds talked about the Book of Songs, the culture of the 100 schools of thought, Confucianism, Taoism, and so on. He also talked about the poems of the Tang and Song dynasties, novels of the Ming and Qing dynasties, all kinds of musical instruments, and all kinds of songs. Elena also said that everyone in her country was a soldier. Every one of them was born to fight. Reynolds said that in his world, the citizens of Russia could tear a bear apart with their bare hands. The two of them chatted like this, and the more they talked, the more they got along. What surprised Elena was that the boy named Reno was extremely knowledgeable. His knowledge was on par with hers. No matter what she said to him, whether it was astrology, climate, philosophy, or history, he was able to answer her questions with ease. Although the two of them had different views, Elena had to admit that this Reynolds was the most knowledgeable person she had ever met in her life. Even her teacher, the famous sage of the Barbaker kingdom, couldn't compare to him. After chatting for a few days, even Elena herself didn't realize that the time she spent chatting with Reynolds was getting longer and longer. Sometimes, she would even sit on the bed and chat with Reynolds face to face until dawn. This weak-looking boy was actually the happiest, most gratifying, and most congenial person he had ever met in his life. In all his life, whether it was an enemy or a friend, old or young, there had never been a person who could be so knowledgeable and chat with him about so many miscellaneous things. This person could be said to be the only confidant he had ever met in his life. Confidant. Elena was amused by her own thoughts. She was a member of the royal family of the empire. Since she was young, she had been regarded as the future of the empire. She was incomparably arrogant and looked down on everyone. In the entire empire, there were only a handful of people who could catch his eye. Not to mention people of the same age, even if there were countless young talents in the empire, let alone friends or enemies, they didn't even have the qualifications to sit down and talk to her. But now, a weak peer of the same age was actually chatting so happily with him. This was the first time in his life. It seemed that letting Reynolds follow him was indeed an unexpected gain. On this day, Reynolds and Elena were taking a walk in the forest near Snowfall Village. The two of them had already decided to stay for another day before leaving for their next destination. The Snow Lady didn't appear again. No one knew where she went. Reynolds could only feel sorry for Uncle Luca. Every time you come out, you wear such thick clothes. It's really ugly. Reynolds chuckled and said, "It's cold." These few days of chatting with Elena had been very carefree. Reynolds hadn't chatted so happily in a long time. Today, the snowstorm had stopped and the sun had also come out. It shone brightly on the forest, making it exceptionally beautiful. Walking with you on a snowy day, if I'm not careful, my hair will turn white. Reynolds suddenly recalled this romantic phrase in his own world and couldn't help but blurt it out. It was just a casual remark, but when he turned around, Elena was stunned on the spot. When she heard this sentence, her expression was clearly a little strange. Reynolds didn't think much of it. When he saw the two of them standing under a palm tree, he suddenly felt playful and kicked the tree hard. The tree didn't move at all. Reynolds hurriedly ran away with a sneaky look on his face. Elena said disdainfully, "What a laughable strength. If it were me, I could easily." Before he could finish his sentence, the snow covering the tree began to fall like a downpour. Elena didn't react in time and was covered by the white snow. Ha 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 ha. Reynolds was already laughing so hard that his stomach hurt. Eileen's face was gloomy as she stared at Reynolds. However, to her surprise, she realized that she wasn't angry. Looking at Reynolds, who was convulsing with laughter, the corners of Eileen's mouth unconsciously curled up slightly. She said softly, "Reckless fellow, the desolate wilderness, the bustling capital city, the mysterious forest, the endless snowy mountains, and the dangerous dense forest. These were all places that Lin Ling had been to. Living in these places was like a sheep entering a tiger's den. No matter which environment it was, there were unexpected dangers. Groups of wild beasts in the wilderness, unexpected bad weather, mysterious dangers in the forest, strange and terrifying demon beasts in the snowy mountains, and all kinds of supernatural events. If Jiao Chan wasn't by her side, she really couldn't imagine what would happen to her. Xianyang City, the land of Qin Chu. In the pavilion of a family, a young girl dressed in light pink stood. Her long black hair fell over her shoulders. The snowflakes around the pavilion fluttered and floated on her hair. In the white mist, a pair of indifferent snowy eyes seemed to be peeking at the world. It had been a long time since it snowed in Xianyang City. The mysterious young girl was like snow and mist. There was a strange color in her indifferent eyes, making it hard for people to see through her. Fog lingered in the pavilion. Outside the pavilion, the green grass that should have been thriving had already withered. The withered leaves no longer showed any signs of life. The ground was dry and cracked, and the flowers were emotionless. They were like corpses that had been deprived of life. A deathly silence enveloped the pavilion. This family has been cursed by the demonic masters. She stood up and took out a pink folding fan from her bosom. Chapter 307. This fan was not an ordinary item. It was an exorcism treasure passed down from the Flower Burial Valley. When the fan was spread out, it would disperse the curse in the air. Lisa carefully waved the fan in the air slowly and slowly walked out of the pavilion. It had been more than a month since she came to this world and followed Jiao Chan for more than a month. Of course, there was a change. Lisa felt that she had become accustomed to life here. Clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, no matter which one it was, Lisa felt that her life was very exquisite, very fulfilling, and very dreamy. Although occasionally she would miss her family, miss the earth, miss the boy named Reynolds. Tang Academy, Reno. Will you go there? Lisa muttered to herself and looked at the grey sky. Even on a snowy day, Xianyang City was still very lively. It was worthy of being the largest city in the Qin Kingdom. The streets were like a market, with many hawkers on both sides, selling all kinds of goods. People were also shuttling back and forth, either in a hurry or stopping. Although the western part of the continent was very unstable and chaotic due to war, many of the natives of the western region had fled here in order to survive the war. The western part of the continent was very peaceful. But in this place, this powerful country, there was no turmoil of war at all. People only knew that there was a war in the far west, but it had no impact here. This was the capital of a strong country. A country must be strong to have the capital to have a foothold. However, although the country was prosperous and the people were at peace, there were still discordant voices. Lisa was in a shop selling silk. She was choosing her favorite color while waiting for Jiao Chan's orders. The person selling silk was a delicate-looking girl who looked to be 14 or 15 years old. She was in the prime of her youth and was very cute. Her body had also begun to develop and become very beautiful. At this time, there was a burst of noise from the door of the shop. "Chen Yu, I'm here again. Ha ha ha, did you miss your brother?" A man who was dressed gorgeously but looked very pompous walked in, followed by two people who looked like lackeys. This lineup, at first glance, was like a side character in a web novel, and would not live past a chapter. Lisa frowned, glanced at the three people, and ignored them. There was no fear in her heart, and she even wanted to beat them up to get rid of evil for the people. After staying by Jiao Chan's side for a long time, one's temperament would change greatly. When faced with a situation, he could become unperturbed, or he could do as he pleased. The young lady called Chen Yu's expression changed as she said in a low voice, "Young Master Murong, please don't make fun of me." Lisa looked at Chen Yu and secretly thought that this should be the kind of plot where a rich young master harasses a virtuous little girl. At this time, she was also quite interested in watching the show. In his own world, if he wanted to see this kind of plot, he would only see it in novels or movies. Today, it was rare for him to see it in real life. This young Master Murong didn't seem to understand human language. When he saw Chen Yu's reaction, his face bloomed with joy. He said happily, "Ha ha ha, little sister Chen Yu, don't be shy. Big brother is very gentle." As he spoke, he reached out to touch her face. "Quick, let me touch you. Ayo, I missed you so much." Chen Yu was still young and had never met such a powerful scoundrel. Today, the owner of the shop was not here, so he found the opportunity. At this moment, seeing his hand reaching towards her, Chen Yu was about to cry. Lisa sighed at the side and said, "Stop." Young Master Murong was stunned and looked at Lisa. He wanted to get angry, but after seeing Lisa's appearance, he instantly smiled and said, "This lady, you really look like the snow outside, incomparably holy. You are the most beautiful, most adorable and most elegant woman I have ever seen. Let's be friends. Get lost." Lisa didn't even look at him and directly said this word. Young Master Murong's expression changed. His expression was as if he had eaten shit. He was the only son of the Vice City Lord of Xianyang City. He was used to being arrogant and despotic. When had he ever met such an ignorant woman? "Bitch. Don't be shameless when I give you face. Usually, there are countless women who want to fight to get into my bed." Young Master Murong slapped towards Lisa. Chen Yu, who was at the side, exclaimed. The customers at the side all retreated far away, afraid that they would be implicated if young Master Murong was unhappy. A cold light flashed past, Poochie, blood spurted out like a fountain. Young Master Murong's head was cut off by Lisa. His eyes were wide open. Even if he died, he couldn't understand how he died. With a plop, Murong's body fell to the ground due to inertia. A deathly silence. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. They were all shocked and scared speechless. Young Master Murong was killed. It was unknown who shouted, but in an instant, all the people in the surroundings became noisy and crowded around the store to watch the show. Some people were overjoyed, some people looked at Lisa with pity, and some people secretly left the place. Lisa frowned and a trace of regret flashed past her heart. She was a little impulsive. It seemed that the person she killed was not a small figure. Snowfall Village. This day, as usual, was a snowstorm night. But there was something different. It could be said to be a huge change. Something that made people tremble with fear happened. The endless snowstorm destroyed the only remaining life force in the area, like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. More than half of the houses in the village were covered by endless snow. Snowfall Village was buried alive under the heavy snow. This was in Reno, a week after Elena had stayed there. The weather was changing. A disaster was coming. Before leaving, Uncle Luca knelt in the snow in despair. Tears flowed down his face. She still didn't come back. She still left. She didn't come back to see me. Why? Reno patted Luca's shoulder and sighed. He didn't know what to say. Elena glanced at him and said, "Hey, do you still want to continue living here? This house of yours will be swallowed by the snow sooner or later." The environment was harsh, the terrain was remote, and there was almost no contact with the outside world. It was not surprising that a village like this would quietly disappear at some point in time without warning. Of course, Uncle Luca knew the fate of this village. But he still had a fantasy in his heart. This fantasy urged him to hand over his life here. He would never know why that mysterious snow maiden would come to his home. Why she slept with him. Why she had a child with him. Where did that child go? Uncle Luca didn't know. Reno didn't know either. Chapter 308. Oh, fate, we've escaped the terrifying curse. Who would have thought that even the village would be destroyed? Uncle Luca knelt in the snow sadly and muttered to himself. It was too sudden, just like a dream. These few days, Reynolds and Eileen talked about everything under the sun. When they were tired, they would go to the only tavern in the village to buy some meat and return to Luca's house. The three of them would eat together. Every day, Uncle Luca would tell Reynolds and Eileen the story of his wife, Snow Lady. That seemed to be the happiest time in Uncle Luca's life, and the only happy time he had every day. Reynolds listened quietly. Sometimes, he would empathize with Luca and comfort him. As for Eileen, after she finished eating, she would go to the bed in the back room, cover herself with a blanket, and sleep. Luca was also getting old. After chatting with Reynolds for a while after the meal, he could not resist the fatigue and went to bed. Therefore, Reynolds also went to the back room in the dark and went to bed, lying beside Eileen. Sometimes, Reynolds would think that all of this was simply unimaginable. A goddess like Eileen was lying on the same bed with him without any taboo. Or was it that she was simply not interested in the feelings between men and women? Reynolds would not think too much about it because this place was simply too cold. Even if the bed was behind the fireplace, Reynolds would still wake up from the cold several times. On the other hand, Eileen would either not speak for the whole night, or she would pull the sleepy Reynolds up and chat with him for a long time. These days, Reynolds actually felt happy and harmonious. Sleeping on the same bed with Eileen every day, although nothing happened, it still made Reynolds feel at ease, and a warm current flowed from the bottom of his heart. Uncle Luca, thank you for your hospitality these few days. Reynolds sighed and took out a few gold coins from his bosom. These were the coins that Jiao Chan gave him in the country of Black Sand. Through this 1 month in the king's realm, Reynolds had a rough understanding of the currency conversion here. 1 gold coin could let an ordinary family live for a month without worrying about food and clothing. Luca did not take it. He looked at Reno, then looked at Elena. He sighed and said, "The two of you, in the remaining days of my life, being able to meet the two of you has added some joy to my lifeless life. I am very..." Before he could finish his sentence, 2 drops of tears fell uncontrollably from his eyes. "I'm very happy." Luca lay on the ground, burying his head deep into the snow, his body trembling uncontrollably. Once Reynolds and the other 2 left, Luca would once again fall into loneliness. "What do you think the Snow Lady is?" Reno asked. Elena, who was beside him, remained silent. She didn't seem to be interested in this at all. Judging from her appearance, she had been thinking about something for the past few days. The 2 of them were already very far away from the snowfall village. According to the map, the 2 of them only needed to walk for another day to reach the Forest of Day and Dark Night on the continent. The Forest of Day and Night was unparalleled in the world. As the name implied, this forest was a place where the night never ended. The inhabitants of this place were all beautiful elves. Dark elves, fire elves, water elves, floral elves. This forest was extremely large and had a vast territory. It was the 2nd largest country in the western region after the Barbacre country, the Elven Kingdom. The Elven Kingdom. After listening to Elena's introduction, Reno sighed. This world was really colorful and mysterious. Moreover, Reno suddenly couldn't wait to see these elves. Those elves are all extremely beautiful. Ordinary people can't see them at all. Elena looked at Reno's reaction and said, "Even in my country, there are only 2 or 3 families with elves, and they are the supreme royal families. The Elven Kingdom has a very strict law. The elves are not allowed to go out, and they are not allowed to let outsiders step into their territory." Reno asked curiously, "Then why do the people in your country have elves?" Elena said, "There are countless animal traffickers and hunters in this world. After they enter, they find lone elves and control them, stun them, and then sell them to the royal families in the empire." Reno said angrily, "These are human, elven traffickers, right?" Elena smiled and said, "That's a good way of putting it. Elven traffickers. The elves are naturally handsome, and those with power and influence all covet their beauty. They do everything they can to get them." Along the way, since the 2 of them left the snowfall village, the weather had become warm. There was no snow, and the journey was sunny. Although the surrounding environment had rugged mountain roads, fragrant grasslands, and occasional showers. All of this relieved and healed Renault's heart. Elena led the unicorn and walked in front without saying a word. Renault did not notice her expression. He was looking at the map. If we walk like this, it will take a lot of time to reach the day and night forest. Renault looked at Elena and asked curiously, Elena, I've always been curious. What do you want to do after escaping from your country? Aren't you going back? Elena looked back at Renault and asked, do you think I'm really a kind person? The forest was supposed to be filled with endless darkness during the day and at night. However, on every tree, there were gems emitting gentle white light, bringing a trace of light to this dark forest. Save me, save me. On an empty patch of grass, a petite and cute girl was sitting on the ground, crying with tears streaming down her cheeks. Under the illumination of the Holy Spirit stones on every tree, this girl's situation seemed even more desperate. Upon closer inspection, this girl's right foot was caught by a beast trap. Her smooth calf was bleeding. It looked like her calf was also crooked at a strange angle. It looked like it was fractured. What is this? Why is there such a thing in the forest? The girl cried in despair as she rubbed her ankle. It was obviously painful. We're almost at the end of the forest. I shouldn't have sulked with my brother and run away from home, sob sob sob. The girl had long ocean blue hair that reached her shoulders. She looked cute, and could even be described as exquisite. Her ears were pointed, and there were 2 snow-white wings on her back. She was obviously not human. She wore clothes woven from leaves, revealing her cute navel. She only wore a grass skirt, revealing her snow-white and alluring legs. The girl tried hard to sit up and looked at the faint light in the distance. She knew where she was at the edge of the day and night forest. I have to go back quickly, it's so scary here. The girl struggled to get up and obviously did not notice a man suddenly appeared behind her. Chapter 309. As expected of an elf. She looks so pure and holy. She can be sold for a good price now. This man had a fat head and big ears. He was burly and had a fierce face. He was only wearing a shirt and his bulging muscles could be clearly seen. He held a black bag in his left hand and a short knife in his right. He was looking at the girl with a strange gaze. The girl was shocked and screamed. She looked at the man and kept retreating. She asked in horror, Who? Who are you? The man's greasy mouth revealed a disgusting smile. He said, My little baby, I'm the one who will bring you home Tilda. After saying that, he swung the knife down and chopped off the girl's wings. He bent his hand and chopped off her wings. He was merciless. The girl could not dodge in time and was hit directly. Her wings were chopped off and she fell on the grass. Blood flowed from her back and dyed the grass red. It hurts. It hurts. Brother, save me. Brother, the girl screamed and lay on the ground. Her tears had dried up and she screamed in despair. She had never experienced such pain. It was a miracle that she did not faint at this moment. Hey, although the price of chopping off your wings will be lower, it's still much lower than running away. Little baby, I'll bring you home now. After saying that, he put the black bag on the girl's body. He ignored her screams and struggles and put her in. In a moment, this person disappeared on the spot, leaving behind a trail of blood. On the other side, Reynolds and Eileen were still walking slowly. They chatted and looked at the scenery along the way. Reynolds, answer me. Eileen stopped and looked at Reynolds. For the first time, her expression showed that she was deep in thought and lost. It was the first time Reynolds saw such an expression on her face. What a kind person. I hope that you'll answer my question as a friend. Reynolds looked at Eileen's serious expression and could not help but smile. He said, Of course you're a kind person. You're my friend. Eileen looked at Reynolds in surprise. She did not expect him to give her an answer without hesitation. You're not lying to me, right? Elena looked into Reynolds' eyes and asked again. Reynolds stopped smiling and replied with the same seriousness, I swear, I didn't lie to you. Elena, you're really kind. I killed my own father. I've killed many, many people. I want to find an answer. Even so, you still think I'm kind? Reynolds still didn't hesitate and said, That's right. I think you're very kind. I've been very happy with you these past few days. Elena looked at Reynolds's eyes again and found that his eyes were not evasive and were very clear. Even when they slept on the same bed in the Snowfall village, he did not do anything offensive to her. Moreover, he was so knowledgeable that he could be said to be his confidant. Elena revealed a rare smile and said, "Reynolds, you're really strange. You actually think that I'm kind?" Reynolds also smiled and said, "I'm just telling the truth." Elena was silent for a moment and said, "My previous plan was to travel around and find the answer in my heart. After that, I'll return to my Barbaca empire." Reynolds asked, "How is it? Have you found the answer?" Elena smiled and said, "Why don't you ask me what kind of answer I'm looking for? Because it's not important. What's important is to find a reasonable home for my soul that has no place to go." Reynolds answered. Elena was shocked and then felt relieved. She looked at Reynolds and said, "Yes, it's reasonable that you can understand my thoughts." At this time, Elena turned over and rode on the back of the unicorn. She pulled Reynolds up with one hand. Reynolds was suddenly pulled by her and did not know whether to laugh or cry. He asked, "What's wrong? Where are we going?" Elena said, "I think I'm about to find the answer. We're going to the day and night forest. By the way, Reynolds, I'll show you how powerful the talent of Swift Wind is." Reynolds did not react and just sat down. At this moment, in an instant, the unicorn was like an arrow released from a bow. With a whoosh, it rushed out from where it was. F***CK. At such a fast speed, the scenery on both sides flashed by quickly. Reynolds' tears were almost blown out by the wind. Elena laughed behind Reynolds and said, "Reynolds, my good friend, sit in front of me and block the wind for me, ha ha ha." 2 people and 1 beast flew on the road like this. They advanced towards the day and night forest. In a small village. In the big banyan tree hole, there lived a little bear. He was ugly, dirty, and smelly. These did not matter. He just needed to wash. More importantly, the people in the village said that this little bear was not an ordinary bear. He was actually a monster. No one knew when he settled here, and no one was willing to go near him. But the little bear never said anything. He had a cloth bag filled with seeds. What he did every day was go to the mountains to find fruits to eat and go to the stream to drink water. The rest of the time, he would plant his seeds in the soil. When he was tired, he would curl up in the tree hole and sleep for a while. When he woke up, he would plant the seeds again. Actually, the little bear was just an ordinary little bear. He did not know why he could speak. When the little bear picked up the bag, someone told him that there was a monster seed in the bag. As long as he planted it, a person would appear. This person would be able to fulfill a wish of the person who made the wish. What should he wish for? Should he destroy this village that hated him? Should he let those who bullied him die? Or should he just destroy this world that did not have a trace of warmth? The little bear thought about many things. Finally, he thought of a wish that he felt would make him the happiest. So he planted the seeds day and night, trying to lure that person out. Finally, the little bear found him one day. It was a beautiful night. The stars were like thousands of pieces of gold, spreading across the boundless night sky. The little bear saw a petite and cute girl with long red ponytails. "Aya, looks like a big guy accidentally came over. All right, think about what you wish for." The girl's voice was crisp and clear, echoing between the mountains. "I have. Tell me, what do you wish for? Even if it means destroying the world, I can do it for you," the girl said. Chapter 310. Please give me a hug. Little Bear was still a little cautious, but soon, he became excited. It's that kind of gentle, soft, and comfortable action when you wrap your arms around a person's body. "I heard that it's called a hug, right?" His eyes were sparkling, and happiness spread across his face. He said, "I don't want to destroy the world, please give me a hug." Swift Wind, for Reynolds, this skill was simply taking his life. The oncoming wind was indeed swift wind. It blew Reynolds's cheeks until they hurt, and tears kept flowing out. "Eileen. Stop. Eileen, I'm going to die. Eileen may have found her conscience. After using swift wind to carry the unicorn and Reynolds forward, after more than an hour, they finally stopped. Reynolds seemed to be dying. He slid down from the unicorn and lay on the ground, panting, looking at Eileen, who was riding the unicorn as if nothing had happened. Eileen was like a little girl who had secretly done something bad. She looked at Reynolds and said, "Haha, look at you, you're so cute." Reynolds touched his hair and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Under the guidance of the wind, his hair was now styled extremely chic, like a super Saiyang standing upright in the air. This is the border of the eternal night forest. As long as you enter this border, you will see the eternal night forest, and the eternal night. Eileen said. Reynolds took out the map and found that the eternal night forest's territory was vast. In the western region, it was only a little smaller than the Barbaker Kingdom, and could be regarded as the second largest country. It was worth mentioning that after passing through the eternal night forest, it was the frozen forbidden area. In the forbidden area, there were endless ice storms, and the weather was extremely bad. Humans simply couldn't survive in it. In it, there were countless monsters, strange beasts. What Reynolds cared about was that as long as he passed through this forest, this forbidden area, he could go to the first eastern country, Qin. Qin was the most profound and mysterious country with a long history. In terms of history, Qin was the most ancient country in the King's world. Even the powerful Tang dynasty couldn't compare. "What are you thinking about?" Eileen asked when she saw that Reynolds was silent. Reynolds shook his head and said, "I'm thinking if I'll be in danger if I go to the Tang Academy alone." Eileen pondered for a moment and snorted coldly. She mocked, "That's right. At that time, without my protection, you'll be in grave danger." He seemed to have thought of something and said, "Also, there will definitely be other people who will come to snatch the bracelet on your hand." Renaud nodded and remained silent. He looked at Elena and asked, "When will you return to your country? How do you want to find the answer?" "I don't know. Let's leave it to fate." Eileen said in a carefree manner, "Moreover, the Barbaker Empire today doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They're even expanding their territory towards the mainland and constantly invading the surrounding areas. What's the point of me going back?" At this point, the two chatted as they walked into the eternal night forest. The night in the everlasting dark forest was too quiet. The sound of the wind and the chirping of the insects seemed to have disappeared. Only the cries of the birds could be heard from time to time in the empty air filled with the smell of blood. It seemed to be the last struggle of life, and also seemed to be a cry for help before death. The dark clouds covered the moon and were in the final stage of brewing. The whole earth was shrouded in darkness. The original threatening forest was also soaked in the light of death. It seemed so dispirited and powerless. In the night sky, a ray of light shot through the dense withered branches and withered leaves on the trees, reflected in the pupils of a bird. Then, the dark clouds slowly began to withdraw from the sky, revealing the moon bit by bit, tugging at one's heart. That moon was red, the red color of blood. The Holy Spirit stone was extinguished. It was time for the Holy Spirit stone on every tree to close. In other words, it was the so-called night in the eternal night forest. A sound came. In the dense dark forest, a pair of blue eyes suddenly lit up. In the dense dark night, it was particularly horrifying. It was a pair of eyes full of killing intent and hatred. It was staring at the wind and grass in the forest. Is this the eternal night forest? After crossing the border, Reynolds saw a large expanse of ethereal black fog in front of him. Under the fog was a forest. Yes, this is the eternal night forest, the kingdom of the elves. Elena looked and said, "It should be the elves' resting time now. Let's go in quietly. Don't be discovered by the elven guards." "Why do we look like thieves?" Reynolds complained. "Stop talking nonsense. Come with me. I've always wanted to see what the eternal night forest looks like." Elena led the unicorn into the forest of eternal night. Reynolds followed her in. After entering, Reynolds was shocked by the scene in front of him. What a beautiful place. The Holy Spirit stone on every tree emitted a faint light, illuminating any corner of the forest. The warm golden light reminded Reynolds of his time on Earth. He and his roommates strolled in the night market, ate at the food stalls, drank beer, and ate skewers. It was a wonderful feeling. This is so good. This world. Reynolds couldn't help but say. At this moment, Elena suddenly covered his mouth and said helplessly, "Don't talk," Reynolds reacted. "I'm sorry." Elena let go of her hand and looked forward. "Don't hide. Show yourself." As soon as she said that, a group of elves with wings gathered from all directions. Soon, they surrounded Reynolds and Elena. "Elena, what's going on?" Reynolds looked at the elves who suddenly appeared in surprise. He was shocked. Every elf here was incomparably handsome. The leading elf stood out. His hair was light blue and fluttered in the wind. Strange flowers twined around his hair, making him look particularly enchanting. His dark blue eyes were like the deep sea, mesmerizing. His pointed ears peeked out from his hair. He was incomparably handsome. His face was white and shiny. His eyelashes were longer and denser than anyone else's. His lips were thin and rosy, like the seductive cherry blossoms. At this moment, standing under the Holy Spirit stone tree, he was like a star in the night sky. Chapter 3:11. I'm looking for my sister. She's gone. His tone was filled with hatred and murderous intent, as if he was suppressing his anger. The moment he said that, all the elves were enraged. Their handsome faces were filled with murderous intent. Elena said, "How would I know where your sister is? I just wanted to come in and see what the eternal night forest is like." After a pause, Elena felt that her words were inappropriate. After all, she had violated the rules and came to the eternal night forest. She thought for a moment and added, "We'll leave here immediately." With that, she prepared to leave with Reynolds. "Take them down." At this moment, the leader of the elves ordered. The other elves blocked Reynolds and Elena's way out instantly. Elena's expression changed. She held her spear, Holy Glory, in front of her and looked at them coldly. "You want to block my way? How dare you?" Reynolds did not know whether to leave or stay. He looked at Elena and said anxiously, "Hey, are you confident you can win against them?" At this moment, a ball of holy light in Elena's hand enveloped Reynolds. She said, "Don't meddle. Stay in this shield and they won't be able to hurt you." Reynolds's vision blurred. The next moment, he found himself surrounded by a round shield of light. He touched it with his hand. It was warm but extremely hard. Night Spirit frowned at the side. At his command, all the elves flew towards Eileen. The weapons of these elves were dazzling 100 blossoms. Most of them were beautiful bows and arrows. They aimed slightly in the air and an arrow faintly appeared, narked on the bow. Some elves used daggers. At this moment, they attacked Elena like a gust of wind. Elena stood still and waited for the elves to swarm around her. Then, she used her holy radiance to sweep across. Whoosh! Starting from Eileen, a powerful aura that was as strong as a mountain began to emanate from her body. Bang! These elves were like fallen leaves blown by the wind. They were all sent flying by Elena. Elena was protected by a ball of dazzling light. Her spear was stabbed into the ground. She exuded the aura of a king. She was like a war god. Reynolds was relieved when he saw this. It seemed like Elena was much stronger than he had imagined. The elves who had been sent flying were scattered all over the ground, and they looked at Elena with astonishment on their faces. When Night Spirit saw that, his expression darkened. Drawing a saber that shone with a dark blue glow, he pointed it at Eileen and said, "I'll punish you." After saying that, he turned into a ray of blue light and shot towards Elena. "Is this a water-type magic unique to the elves?" Elena mumbled to herself as she placed her spear in front of her. Ding-dang, as though she had predicted this, Eileen blocked Night Spirit's attack. In an instant, the ground beneath Eileen's feet caved in due to Night Spirit's powerful strength. Even Elena was slightly moved by the strength of the blow. The two of them were locked in a stalemate. The long spear and the blue long saber intertwined, emitting an intense aura, withering ice crystal. Night Spirit let out a loud roar and a faint blue energy flowed out of his body to the ground. Without any warning, A gust of cold air rose from the pit where the two of them were in and attacked Eileen. Sensing the danger, Elena squatted down slightly and gathered her strength. Her body shone with a holy light as she swept her right arm forcefully. With that, she blocked Night Spirit's attack. Night Spirit was shocked and was pushed back dozens of meters by Elena, looking wretched. As for Elena, she had also jumped out of the range of Night Spirit's cold air currents because she had gathered her strength. Barefooted, Elena stood at the side and glanced at the pit. She realized that the pit was filled with ice crystals. Her long boots were frozen in the pit. Thankfully, she had abandoned her silver combat boots. Otherwise, the cold air current would have invaded her entire body through her legs and turned her into an ice sculpture. "You're strong," Night Spirit looked at Elena and sighed. Elena ignored him. At that moment, the two of them retreated to the side and stared at each other. Renaud watched anxiously from within the shield but could not do anything. At that moment, Night Spirit put away his saber and turned around with his back facing Elena. "What are you doing?" Elena asked. Night Spirit did not say anything. He picked up something from a distance and walked slowly to Elena. Even Eileen couldn't help but feel sorry for Lin Li after seeing it. At that moment, Night Spirit's expression was filled with hatred and sorrow. "These are the wings of my sister, Yi Han. She was chopped down alive by the elf seller who was sliced into pieces." Night Spirit was almost roaring that sentence. That pair of wings was initially snow-white and pure, but now, they were stained with a large amount of blood. One could imagine how much pain the owner of the wings had suffered. All the elves were filled with hatred when they saw that. The elves and humans have coexisted peacefully for tens of thousands of years. Why have you humans been so savage and cruel in recent years? Night Spirit growled softly. Elena was silent. Hesitating for a moment, she said, "I can only say that we've never seen your sister. I've heard about those elf traffickers who would do anything for money. Not only do they sell elves, they also sell humans and slaves. It's abominable." Night Spirit gradually calmed down and looked at Elena. "I don't want to fight with you. Looking at your moves and strength, I admit that I'm not your match. Furthermore, you're not the one who kidnapped my sister." Night Spirit sighed and looked at the Holy Spirit stone on the tree that was emitting a faint light before dismissing the elves. The rules of the elven race state that elves who reside here are not allowed to leave the Eternal Night Forest. "You can leave now. Leave this place and I'll pretend that nothing happened." Before long, all the elves gradually disappeared from Renaud and Elena's sights. In the Eternal Night Forest, the Holy Spirit stone on the tree lit up once more. "Are we going to let it go just like that?" Renaud looked at Elena. The light of the Holy Spirit stone shone on her face, making her look exceptionally alluring. What do you mean by let it go?" Renaud sighed. "Aren't we going to help that elf find his sister?" Elena glanced at Renaud and shook her head without saying anything. Don't sigh. That elf must have suffered unimaginable pain. What has that got to do with you? I have a feeling that once we find that elf sister, the answer you're looking for will appear." Chapter 312. Hearing Renaud's words, Elena suddenly burst out laughing. "You're such a strange person." Then, she ignored Renaud and walked deeper into the forest. "Hurry up and follow me. Otherwise, you won't be able to catch up with them." When Reynolds heard this, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and he followed. The little fox had been practicing magic for a long time. She could finally transform into a human. However, she never turned into a human or provoked anyone. She just stayed in her cave obediently. There was a sign at the entrance of the cave that said there was a fox in the cave. Many people came in to take a look and said that they had never seen such a beautiful, obedient fox that didn't bite. However, she always showed her teeth and chased them away. After staying in the dark for a long time, her fur was no longer shiny and her eyes were no longer as bright. If one day, someone came in step by step with a blazing torch, squatted down and touched her head and said, "Are you cold?" At that time, it would be him. She could bury her head in his arms and go home. Something happened to Renaud. I hadn't seen him in the past few months. Every time I heard my friends talk about Renault, they would say that he was distracted and his eyes were unfocused. His mother thought that he was bewitched when he took the train home by himself. He said that he saw the fate roulette in the future. So, she invited a Taoist priest home to perform a ritual, but it didn't work. Renault was my best friend, but I was so busy with my studies that I didn't have time to visit him. When I finished dealing with everything and found time to visit him during the summer vacation, it was already a few months later. I entered the house and saw Renault sitting on his balcony, staring blankly out the window. I walked behind him and he turned to look at me. When he saw me, he was happy and his body trembled. "Renault, what's wrong?" He didn't speak and looked out the window again. My heart ached. He was such a nice guy, but he was gone. After a while, I sighed and was about to leave when Renault suddenly spoke. "It's fake. It's all fake." "What?" "Earth is about to be destroyed." "Why would you say that? Life has no meaning. Are you bewitched?" "I'm done for. This brat seems to be possessed." I exhaled. I slapped him across the face. "Why did you hit me?" "I thought you were possessed, so I helped you exorcise it." "I'm not possessed, I'm just, slap. F***ck your mother. Looks like you've really recovered." I sat across from Renault, who was rubbing his face. To avoid his anger, I quickly changed the subject. "What's wrong with you?" Reynolds sighed and began to speak tirelessly. The story started when Reynolds returned home. Reynolds liked to climb mountains alone in the wild. Last time, he got lost in the mountains and came to a cliff. There was a small wooden house on the cliff and a beautiful girl was sitting on the cliff and looking into the distance. She was not afraid of falling. "Aren't you afraid of falling? So what if I fall?" The beautiful girl stood up and welcomed Reynolds into the cabin by the cliff. She poured a cup of cola for Reynolds. "You'll die if you fall." "So what if we die? Our lives are meaningless to begin with." "Religious extremists?" Reynolds was curious. "How so?" The beautiful girl said slowly. "Have you seen The Truman Show?" Reynolds nodded. This movie was very popular and he had seen it a long time ago. Truman was the main character of a popular soap opera. Everything around him was fake. His family and friends were all actors, but he knew nothing about it. Our world is just like The Truman Show, but our situation is worse than The Truman Show. The Truman Show can escape, but we can't. Reynolds couldn't help but laugh. This beautiful girl must have gone crazy from watching the movie. If our world is The Truman Show, then who is the main character? Am I the main character? The entire Earth is the main character. What do you mean? The beautiful girl ignored Reynolds's question and asked him, "Do you know about the Fermi paradox?" Reynolds shook his head. The shocking age of the universe and the huge number of celestial bodies mean that extraterrestrial life should be widespread. Theoretically, humans can use 1,000,000 years to fly to various planets in the Milky Way. Then, if there are really aliens, as long as they evolved 1,000,000 years earlier than humans, they should have arrived on Earth by now. It seemed to make sense. Reynolds nodded and took a sip of Coke. "What does this have to do with what you just said about us being the main character of The Truman Show?" "We haven't seen any aliens until now because the Fermi paradox is correct. There is no life other than the Earth." Reynolds took a deep breath and asked the beautiful girl, "Why?" "Because the model of the universe won't give birth to life on its own." "Then why is there life on Earth?" The beautiful girl looked at Reynolds with a meaningful gaze and continued, "That's right. Because it's not a coincidence that there is life on Earth." "Then what is it?" "It's man-made. The reason why there is life on Earth is because someone is interfering. The universe is a model they created. It should be a place without life. It's because someone interfered with Earth that Earth gave birth to life." The beautiful girl paused for a moment and continued. "So Earth is like The Truman Show, and the other planets are like actors around The Truman Show. The meaning of their existence is just to deceive." Clang. The cup fell to the ground. "Ridiculous, I don't believe it." "It's normal that you don't believe it, just like the Sagittarius hypothesis." "What is the Sagittarius hypothesis?" The Sagittarius hypothesis: there is a sharpshooter who punches a hole every 10 centimeters on a target. Imagine that there was a kind of two-dimensional intelligent creature living on the plane of the target. After the scientists among them observed their own universe, they discovered a great law: every 10 centimeters in the universe, there must be a hole. They regarded the random behavior of the sharpshooter as the iron law of their own universe. It's the same reason as the Sagittarius hypothesis. This paragraph quotes the theory of the novel The Three-Body Problem. Therefore, you believe that there is life on Earth because there happens to be water, an atmosphere, and the necessary carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, and other elements to constitute life. There is also a moderate surface temperature. These factors are related to each other, affect each other, and exist for a long time, allowing life to have a relatively stable process of occurrence, development, and evolution. It's not because of man-made interference that life is born. Reynolds sneered. Chapter 313. When the patrolling knights entered Ice Peak Fortress, Reem became the highest commander here. Although it was unreasonable for him to send people to destroy the griffins, there was no problem with the rules and laws. If Giles was still in Ice Peak Fortress, or if Galli hadn't been injured while picking the giant fruit, then Kipling wouldn't have such a big opinion. But no matter how big his opinion was, the official order had already been signed by Reem Gary Quasi-Patroller, and the matter could not be changed. The official order, the mission execution pass, the action atonement voucher, these are all present. There is no way to find any problems with him in the procedures. Old man, even if there is a solution, it won't take effect immediately. Looking at their posture, they must leave the fortress tomorrow and go into the mountains to find that damned griffin. Galli looked down at his injured arm and pulled out a dagger with a swish. He cut off the bandage and removed the splint. From the elbow to the fingertips, the broken forearm was still swollen and couldn't bear any force. I won't say those empty words. I know very well that you must go into the mountains with them. Sigh, if my old bones could still be used, I would go into the mountains too. I would leave an empty fortress to those guys. Kipling sighed and lifted Galli's arm with both hands to look at it carefully. I will prepare the last troll potion for you as a last resort. Remember, we are not the giant bear sect. The troll potion will have huge side effects on you. If it is light, your arm will be deformed, and if it is heavy, you will die. I don't need you to tell me. I know everything I need to know. I can't do this kind of thing. Old man, you should go and see those young people. Galli tried to move his arm, then walked away with a frown. Of the 4 young people, Tron had experience in carrying out missions alone, so he would definitely go. Renaud also said that he would definitely go. He wasn't blind. Reem's enmity was almost carved on his face, and the whole thing was basically Reem's revenge on Renaud. How could he just stand by and watch? In fact, Renaud really wanted to go himself and leave the others in the safety of the fortress. But he didn't have any reason to persuade others. Wu Mama said that he would go. He was very confident that he wouldn't cause trouble and would definitely obey Tron's instructions. Baintor Lasten had indeed hesitated for a while, but in the end, he decided to go with them. He did not know if it was because he was worried that something would happen to his friends, or because he was worried that he would be estranged from his friends. At least I can carry things and prepare meals for you. I've memorized all the recipes. The shelf life of dry rations was only about 10 days. It was very likely that they would have to stay in the mountains for longer than that. Moreover, if a person had to carry 10 days' worth of rations, it would be a huge burden. Therefore, it was still necessary to have the ability to resupply in the wild. At least among the 4 youths, Turriston was the most trustworthy in this regard. Tron was the only one among the 4 who had been on a mission before, so everyone listened to him first. Cliff griffins are not easy to deal with, especially those that are bent on revenge against humans. We have to work together, use our brains, and fight together to complete this mission. I'll go to the library later and look for information on the cliff griffins again to see if there's any way to deal with them. Witch Mama, you will check the weapons and equipment. Tuliston, you will prepare the daily necessities. Renaud, do you have any ideas? I'll read with you. Maybe I can think of something. I've never been on a mission before, so you lead the team and I'll follow. Age was not a weapon. There was no way to defeat the enemy. Only professionalism could. It's very dangerous this time. Griffins, you've all seen them. Don't underestimate the strength of griffins. The one we saw was killed with the help of a sneak attack, the heavy crossbows on the city walls, Lord Giles's own blade, and the unexpected help of the alchemy flame that burned off its feathers. We don't have any of the above advantages this time. Maybe we can sneak attack. A vague idea came to Renault's mind. After carefully thinking about it in his mind, he said, "The griffins outside are eager for revenge. Don't we still have the jerky of the previous griffins? Is there any way to make the smell in the jerky stronger again? Griffins have a good sense of smell, I remember. Maybe a trap will work. We can even do it near the fortress. Then we can use the heavy crossbows." That's right. Turriston became excited. Lure the griffins here, set a trap, and then use the crossbows. This sounds like a good plan, Tron thought carefully, but shook his head under Ben's expectant gaze. The sky near the fortress is too vast. If the heavy crossbows don't hit, then the griffins will only attack by air. Lord Giles isn't here, so we can only rely on luck if we want to hit the griffins with the crossbows. Only one kind of terrain can eliminate the threat of the griffins flying, so they can only crawl and fight hand-to-hand. You all know that it has to be a forest. If we want to kill the griffins, we can leave the empty fortress and go to the forest in the valley. The chances of success are higher. He glanced at Turriston and added, "Also, we'll be safer in the forest." Renault couldn't think of a reason to refute with absolute certainty, so he chose to believe in professionalism at this time. "So, meat jerky as bait is feasible?" "Of course, what you said is absolutely a good idea. Usually, when we want to lure the griffins foraging for food, we use bait. A sheep, bleed, stuffed with herbs that emit a certain pungent smell, then hide and wait for the griffins to fall into the trap. This time, the griffins aren't foraging for food, but for revenge. But if we change the bait, the other tactics can be similar. I have an idea, Wu Mama suggested. That damned griffin's skin was partially burned, but there are still a lot left. We might be able to use it this time. Also, we have a lot of feathers used to make arrows in the warehouse. I think there are some griffin's feathers among them. I can pick them out and use them on the bait. The griffin's skull is still there. I know where it's buried. It's easy to dig it out. Turriston shrank his neck as he spoke. Drillmaster Giles asked me to bury it somewhere far away. I was lazy and didn't go that far. Okay, all of these can be used. I'll ask Lord Snowy Owl for a griffin bait. I remember it was on the third layer of the medicine cabinet in his room. Tron narrowed his eyes. Hihi, so you've already set your sights on my things. The white-robed guardian appeared silently beside them. His movements were as stealthy as Snowy Owl's. It's good to hear that you can use your brains to think of a solution. We don't rely on our muscles and teeth to defeat wild beasts. It has always been our brains. You have to leave tomorrow morning, so there isn't much time left. Since you have a plan, start preparing. Chapter 3:14. You can prepare and think at the same time and make the plan more detailed. Kale will go with you tomorrow. If you have any questions, just ask. Tron, come with me. I'll get you the decoy potion so you don't mess around with my things. Oh, Reynolds, wait for Tron for a while. He'll take you to choose armor and weapons after he gets the potion. Hey. Okay. Reynolds hurriedly agreed. Tron supported the old man. The wrinkled and loose skin in his palm still exuded a warm warmth. Tron, this time, you have to be the leader when we go out. Kale is usually strict with you, and that's a good thing. But when you're out on a mission, the accumulation of past emotions isn't entirely a good thing. So, when you need to make up your mind and make a decision, you have to do it. This is your responsibility. I've only been out on a mission once. You've already completed your studies, haven't you? Tron, you have to remember that you have to shoulder the responsibility first, and then experience can play a role. Wu Mimar and Turistan will listen to you. Reynolds is older than you, but I don't think he's the kind of person who likes to be in the limelight now. He'll fully respect your decision. Only when you take the lead can everyone's strength be unified. I understand. Lord Snowy Owl, do you think we can defeat the Griffins this time? The old man stopped, turned his head, and looked at him solemnly. Tron, remember my words. Whether you can or not doesn't depend on what I'm saying to you now, but on how you've studied here for the past 10 years. I believe you have the potential to achieve any victory, but I'm worried about one thing. Tron suddenly became nervous and hurriedly asked what he had done wrong. As a monster hunter, you're always alone, which means there's no backup. Because there's no backup, all the training of the Eagle School is to fight until victory. The white-robed guardian lowered his voice and said, there are actually many choices other than accepting and completing a mission. If you encounter a problem, or if there's no way to find and kill the Griffins within a month, what will you do then? Tron, when you need advice outside of fighting, ask Reynolds. He used to be a noble, and he'll see some things more tactfully than you. Tron frowned. It was obvious that he didn't understand. He came to the Ice Peak Fortress when he was 6 years old. It had been 12 years since then, and he had been living in this small world. What the nobles outside were like was only heard from the travelers, bards, and drunken drinkers in the taverns of Collinwood every winter. He could not understand the meaning of the white-robed guardian's words, but he could first memorize it and then do as he was told. If it starts snowing and you haven't caught a griffin yet, then come back. If they couldn't go down the mountain to hide, then they wouldn't go down the mountain. In the worst-case scenario, they would just have to endure the dangerous winter together. There are ghosts everywhere and dangers everywhere, but there's still a chance of survival. It's better than being trapped in the snow. Lord Snowy Owl, I'm confident that we can complete the mission before the time limit. The white-robed watcher patted Tron's cheek gently and said slowly, I know. Tron followed the white-robed watcher to get the decoy potion. Wu Mimar and Turistan hurriedly went to prepare their luggage. One returned to her room, while the other went to the storage room. Reno was the only one who stayed. He had to wait for Tron to come back, and then they would go and choose a weapon together. What weapon should I use? Reno half reclined on the chair, looking at the ceiling, his thoughts flying. I already have the soul-harvesting dagger that I can summon at any time. It can directly absorb souls, so there shouldn't be anything more threatening than that, right? In that case, I don't need to consider the damage. I'll choose based on the weapon's characteristics and weight. Ranged combat is safer than close combat. I don't know how to use a bow, but I definitely have to bring a crossbow. A heavy crossbow is better than a light crossbow. Anyway, I probably only have one chance to shoot. Reno whispered to himself, completely unaware that a figure was slowly approaching. If the griffin pounces on me, a spear is better. A spear looks longer and more powerful, but it has the word spear in it. Since ancient times, spearmen have low luck. Why do spearmen have low luck? The sudden voice almost made Reno fall out of his chair. He scrambled to keep his balance, then rolled his eyes at the female elven paladin who came uninvited. You scared me. Are you a paladin or a thief? How come you don't make any sound when you walk? Because there are cushions under my boots, so I won't be tired when I walk. Being quieter is just an additional effect. The elf tilted her head slightly and continued to ask. You still haven't said why your luck is low. It's just a superstition that can't stand the test of truth. Or you can think that I'm just making up a reason for not wanting to carry a spear. Oh, I understand this explanation. But there's something I want to ask you. The elf scratched her head. As a devil, why did you come to the goddess fortress? Reno's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she saw through it? Didn't the forked demon promise that no one would find out? The devil lied to me. No, this is a bit illogical. If this female paladin knew that I was a devil, then she should have drawn her sword to kill me by now. Moreover, if she had doubts, she wouldn't have come alone. The paladin team outside, especially REM, would be more than happy to cut off the head of a devil like me. So, she's trying to trick me? Reno knew that the priests and paladins of this world had the ability to distinguish lies with divine spells, so he had to use a profound, ambiguous way of talking to her. I don't deny that I've misbehaved in the past, and that's why I'm here. Here, I'll bid farewell to the past and use my power to serve the goddess. Isn't this the purpose of Iceberg Fortress? Yes, it makes sense. The elf paladin nodded vigorously. The devil's motive is always to harm others for his own benefit, so cooperating with the devil has never been a good choice. It's very wise of you to be able to see this clearly and get rid of the devil. Reno frowned. I have a question. How do you distinguish the devil? How can you tell from the past? I have a talent in this area. After special training and the blessing of the goddess, I'm very strong. I can smell the devil's scent on you, but it's very faint, very old, and not very strong. There are 3 possibilities: either you've recently encountered a devil, or you've been in contact with a devil, or you're a weak, low-class devil. Chapter 3:15. Reynolds immediately understood after considering his own situation. He was now a devil, but the proportion of devil in his soul was very small, so his aura was easily covered by the human part. He didn't use much of his contract magic, but that should have helped a little. In the Goddess Fortress, there are only faithful believers and holy knights who can kill devils, so no devils would take the risk to come here. This possibility doesn't exist. Weak devils can't perfectly turn into humans, so this possibility is also eliminated. So you think that the biggest possibility is that I've met a devil? Generally speaking, there's nothing wrong with this idea, but you've actually overlooked a possibility. What possibility? A pair of green eyes shone. There's a particularly powerful devil that almost perfectly blended in with the humans. Everyone in the fortress was fooled, and only a bit of his aura was revealed in front of the female elven holy knight. Maybe it was an accident, or maybe he purposely revealed a bit to arouse the holy knight's curiosity and make her want to investigate, then slowly fall into the devil's hands. Wow, that's a good plan, and it's a possibility that I didn't think of. I think your idea can be written into an interesting book. The holy knight smiled happily and extended her hand to Reynolds. Deidre Andemir, you can also call me Didi or Dilly. This way, you won't need to call me female elven holy knight in the future. Reynolds Hall, I'll definitely become Reynolds Iceberg in the future. Lord Kipling said that I'll have a nickname after the ceremony, but I don't know now. You can just call me Reynolds, there's no abbreviation. I've heard stories about you. Almost everyone warned me to stay away from you, probably because you're a serious threat to girls. Now it seems that you've definitely borrowed the devil's power. Deidre quietly pointed in the direction of the fortress castle gate. REM doesn't like you very much and kept talking about you on the way here. He should have just told you his true feelings, and then the 2 of you would have settled it with a night duel instead of causing trouble for you. By the way, what did you do with the prince that he keeps talking about? I really don't remember. The name Prince sounds familiar, but that's all. Then you really are scum. Deidre pursed her lips. Forgetting the past is also a crime. Did you know that? Please put the blame on the devil. Seeing Dilly roll her eyes, Reynolds asked curiously, what does Prince have to do with you? Of course not with me, but she's Reem's childhood sweetheart, a distant cousin, and they're engaged. That's what Reem said. But I don't know what happened to the engagement. If you want to know, you can ask REM. If Reno wanted to commit suicide, he would definitely ask REM about it. Fortunately, he was not stupid. Looking at the lively and beautiful female elven holy knight in front of him, an interesting idea suddenly popped up in Reynolds's mind. Tilly, are you free for the next period of time? Can you help us hunt griffins? I belong to the Sacred Heart, not the Sacred Body. Why do you have such thoughts? Because destroying the griffins is a good thing. Is it wrong? Reno tapped his palm with his finger and listed the benefits of doing this. The earlier the griffin dies, the safer the surroundings will be. The people and the goddess will be happy. Your help will increase the chances of success. As long as your martial arts skills are passable, with you in the team, you will be able to witness our efforts and prevent REM from finding fault with us. But most importantly, I think you're very interesting. You should be a good partner and a trustworthy friend. Okay. Deidre's eyes narrowed into 2 crescent moons, and she nodded with a smile. I'll go tell the bishop, and then I'll leave with you tomorrow morning. She turned and walked away with a swift and decisive attitude. But after 5 steps, she turned back. Renaud, there's one more thing that needs to be resolved. You're asking me for help, right? You're not from the Sacred Heart, and you're not my superior, so according to the rules, I can't serve you for free. Then what do you want? I don't have much money, or at least I don't think I have enough money to hire you. What do you like to do? Do you like listening to stories and singing? I can accept listening to stories, but there can't be elves in them. Deidre turned and left again, leaving behind a string of clear and melodious voice. You have to tell an interesting story. Deidre disappeared into the corridor outside the door, and this unexpected help gave Renaud more confidence in the mission of hunting the griffins. However, how to make good use of this help still needed to be carefully considered. So Renaud sat down and tried to expand his thoughts, estimating various situations, and of course, preparing the reward for Deidre, an interesting story that she had never heard before. And it would be best if he could tell it within a month. After a while, Tron came back with a small bag on his shoulder that reached his ribs. Presumably, it contained the potions needed for this mission. Renaud, let's go to the armory. I just tricked Deidre to go with us. Deidre is that female elven paladin. What? Tron opened his mouth wide. How did you do it? I sincerely invited her, that's all. Renaud didn't understand why Tron was so surprised. However, when he thought of Tron's almost completely closed military life in Iceberg Fortress since his childhood, his lack of experience in dealing with women was understandable. If you don't object to her joining, then shouldn't you take me to the armory? Of course not. Although the paladins of the Sacred Heart are not as good as the monster hunters of the Sacred Body, they are at least qualified warriors. They can perform better in other fields. Ah! What nonsense am I talking about? The armory is over here. The current situation was that one more person meant one more strength. Even if it was one more weapon, armor, or weight, it would be good. This was also why Renaud had to carry weapons even though he had not received any training in the use of weapons. According to the previous plan, Renaud decisively chose a light and tough spear as his main weapon for close combat, and then brought a short and thick dagger with a wide blade and a serrated back for daily use. For a long-range weapon, he found a crossbow with a handle, which didn't require much strength when loaded. There were a total of 20 bolts in the 2 boxes. However, he and Tron had a little disagreement when it came to armor. I've seen the claws of the griffins. They can even scratch through the bones of horses. I don't think armor is of any use. Anyway, I'll die if I get hit, so I might as well go into battle with light armor. That way, I can be more flexible. Chapter 316. The armor is not for you to face the griffins. It is for you to live to see the griffins. If the griffins are the only threat in the Sunset Mountains, then there is no threat at all. At least you know what a wolf is. It's the same. Reynolds shook his head. I've only been training for 2 months. I'm just a burden in battle. The only use of the armor is to immobilize me. Look at these joints, these nails and belts. These things will kill me first. Then. Tron thought for a moment. How about this? I'll find you a set of cotton armor. It will get colder in the mountains. You have to wear something warm. As for the rest of the protection, go find Turistan and help him carry his things. Dry rations and sundries can also be used as protection. Hehehe. Reynolds thought for a moment and finally agreed. We'll have another companion. Then we'll have to prepare another person's worth of food and recalculate the camping supplies. Ah, how troublesome. Turistan slumped onto the table with a thud, causing the chalk on the table to jump up and roll around in a mess. Reynolds leaned over and stared at it for a moment. Is this an equation? You're listing the shelf life, weight and volume of different things? Yes. Turistan sighed. I went to ask the paladins where the incident happened and found that it was very far from the village and the other fortresses. In other words, We need to take care of all the food and accommodation on our own. But there is a limit to how much we can carry. We can't carry everything on our backs, right? Reynolds nodded and once again looked at the items Ben had listed on the blackboard. Hard bread, cheese, jerky, pickled vegetables. These are all hard vegetables. Seems like it won't be difficult to replenish water along the way. Yes. There are springs and rivers in the Sunset Mountains, so water is not a big problem. In other places, we have to add water. Water is heavy, so it will be even more difficult. I think I understand how you calculated in the past. It's very primitive. Reynolds shook his head. You forgot 3 important parameters. You also didn't organize the data properly. Parameters? Data? What does that mean? Turiston's eyes widened as he pricked up his ears. First, weight. In addition to weight, volume, and shelf life, different things should have different importance. Clothes, food, water, medicine, and weapons have different effects on survival and completion of the mission. You should take them into consideration. Then there's the coordination. I think that you want to simply increase the number of ambassadors, but in reality, the more important thing is how to arrange the order in which the items will be used. You seem to have simply and naturally followed the basic principles. Use the things that are easy to rot early and carry less of them. But in reality, there was still a huge amount of potential to be unearthed. A reasonable arrangement of pasta and meat is more meaningful than simply eating less. In the end, I confused the biggest with the most economical. The number on your blackboard is the weight, right? It was too small. We've just left the stronghold, so it's not dangerous at this time. We don't need to calculate the economic cost of a battle. We should treat it like donkeys. We can hide some supplies with a long shelf life in some safe places along the way. This is called preloading. Then, we can release the load and enter a light combat state. Using this method to shorten the supply distance also reduces the difficulty of supply. After Reynolds finished speaking, Torreston's gaping face had completely stiffened. His 2 round eyes stared helplessly at the empty space. This is too complicated. No one knows how to calculate it, and no one can calculate it. That's not entirely true. There is no way to calculate an accurate and universal dynamic matrix, but an approximate optimal solution for the current situation cannot be calculated. Sigh, if only I had a computer. Forget it, let's not talk nonsense. Let's hurry up and calculate it. Help me mark the weights, that is, tell me the importance of each item. This. How does it become a number? Just rate it from 1 to 10. First, find something that you will definitely bring along, such as jerky. Then, give me a rough indication of how each item is related to it. You don't have to worry about the rest of the calculation. I'll do it. Oh, it would be even better if there was a map. Can you find one for me? Yes, of course. Torreston licked his lips. Reynolds, can you teach me? No problem. It's just some data organization and algorithms. It's no different from the optimization in the past. Reynolds picked up 2 pieces of chalk and handed one to Torreston. Come, let's hurry up and start. Torreston took the chalk and nodded vigorously. He was the youngest member of Ice Peak Fortress. His body was chubby, not because he lacked training, but because he was too interested in managing the warehouse and kitchen. As the youngest child, he usually had to listen to other people's arrangements. However, being able to command apples, ale, flour, and bacon made him feel that he had some sort of power. This job originally belonged to the white-robed guardian. However, he was old, so everyone was happy to let Torreston take this job. If he did not become an outstanding Eagle Sect monster hunter, but had the ability to manage the fortress warehouse, he would still be able to live well. Torreston himself vaguely understood this principle. Thus, he was very diligent in his work and never slacked off. Thus, as Reynolds explained and calculated, he listened carefully and tried to understand. Even if he could not understand it immediately, it was still useful to try his best to remember it. The more he listened, the more he did not understand, but the more he admired him. Torreston thought to himself that this noble was indeed impressive. He even understood such complicated knowledge. No wonder nobles were the ones who led the army. However, when Torreston observed Reynolds's expression, he noticed a problem. Reynolds, who was immersed in the numbers and algorithms, had blood-red eyes. Flames burned in the depths of his pupils as if they were solid, emitting an intimidating light. Faint black smoke rose from his nostrils, making him look like a monster from hell. Reynolds! Reynolds looked up, and all the abnormalities disappeared instantly. What is it? You don't understand? It's okay. We don't have much time today. I'll calculate first, and I'll explain it to you in detail later. How did you learn such complicated things? I've never seen the symbols you used. I don't mean anything else. I'm just saying, at least in the books on calculation in the library, there are no such things. If we can't do better than the people before us, wouldn't that be too sad? These are all obtained by continuing to think on the basis of our predecessors, and then through continuous practice. Reynolds did not find anything strange and continued with the work at hand. However, this time, when he was fully using his brain, he did not show the characteristics of a devil. Chapter 317. He quickly adapted to the intellect from hell. After his optimization and rearrangement, the group of people seemed to have more things to carry. Of course, in reality, such extra items did not exist. Everyone still had things that satisfied their personal needs, so the load would eventually be filled up. Set up 2 supply points. If Giles comes back early, he can help replenish them. This will reduce our pressure by a lot. Do you think there are any other problems? Torreston shook his head. He had witnessed the structure and implementation of the optimization algorithm with his own eyes, so he knew he could not give any opinions. Of course, he could say that some of the weights could be improved, and some of the data was not perfect, but these would only make the results more accurate, not more correct. What they wanted was a reliable and measurable estimate, not a precise prediction of everything that would happen in the next month. Reynolds, is this the power of numbers that Lord Snowy Owl talked about? Of course not. Numbers have no power, but thinking does. Reynolds moved his gaze away from the list and scanned the kitchen and the large storeroom that was used for storage. Torreston, what other good things do we have here? We have been away for a month, so we need to find some fun to relax. There is a lot of wine, and some of them are quite good aged. Someone gave them to Lord Snowy Owl in the past, but after he became completely deaf, he was afraid that drinking would affect his eyes, so he stopped drinking. Reynolds shook his head. His soul did not know how to taste wine, so he did not feel much pleasure from it. His body had been tormented by alchemy potions in the past, so when he drank, he felt like he was drinking medicine. Many alchemy potions used wine as a solvent, so the taste would not disappear. We also have a few bottles of honey here. This is good stuff. As long as the lid is properly closed, it will not spoil for decades. Torreston spoke with great familiarity, and then mentioned a dozen other things that had been kept here but that Reynolds did not know about. What's in the box over there? There's a lot of dust on it. It looks like it's been there for many years. Oh, it's not food in there. A few years ago, many raging bears suddenly appeared in the Sunset Mountains. They were very aggressive and very smart, so they posed a great threat. The things in there are used to catch bears. Torreston scratched his head. Later, after everyone's efforts, the number of raging bears decreased sharply, and those specially made things became useless. Lord Snowy Owl said that if we need to forge equipment in the future, we can melt those things and use them. Bear catcher? Unfortunately, he wasn't here to catch griffins. Bears can't fly. Reynolds said that it was a pity, but he still moved over. Reynolds. Torreston suddenly stopped him. I'll go prepare the items according to the list on the blackboard. You can walk around here by yourself. Just don't break any jars. Also, write down what you took so that I can make a final tally. Sure. No problem. Reynolds waved his hand. I don't have anything else to do. See you tomorrow morning? Bain nodded, and the two of them split up. The Ice Peak Fortress was located on a cliff. To the west were mountains and to the east were low hills and plains. Therefore, the nights were always early, but the mornings were very punctual. When the orange-yellow sunlight shone from the edge of the horizon and pierced through the dark grey clouds, a group of 5 people and 2 horses was ready to set off. "Renaud, don't you have an appointment with Lady Paladin? When can she come?" Tron breathed hard in the cold morning air, as if this could calm his anxious mood a little. Then, he asked and answered his own question. "Paladins don't lie. She must have been delayed by something." Reynolds was silent in response. Then, he yawned loudly. "Reynolds, you look terrible. The dark circles under your eyes look like you've been punched. Didn't you sleep last night? Too nervous? Do you talk too much when you're nervous?" Reynolds smiled. He was very tired, but he had a confidence that Tron couldn't understand. "I meditated on the top of the tower last night, constantly thinking about this mission. I was so engrossed that I didn't sleep at all. This is definitely not nervousness, but concentration." "All right. Anyway, it won't be like this when we actually start the mission. You have to rest and come back quickly, because we all have our own duties." Tron glanced at the silent Gal-Lai, then said, "At most, we have to wait until the sun completely rises above the ground, and then we have to set off." Someone's coming, Tulistan said. Reem Gary Quasi-Inspector, a man who could get a word count just by writing his name once, walked towards the morning sun. 4 of the 5 members of the Griffin hunting group snorted in unison. Only Tulistan couldn't help but fart a little. For this, he was very sorry. "I wish you a successful mission and a successful return." Ariem yawned as he spoke, then inhaled the fresh morning air deeply into his lungs. "The temperature is starting to drop. Have you all brought warm clothes? Let's talk about something practical." Gal-Lai rubbed his nose with his left hand, then blew an old booger on the ground. "When will the food for the winter in Ice Peak Fortress be distributed?" "Soon, very soon. When you come back with the heads of the griffins, it will be distributed," Rem said with a smile. "The church's fortress defense line has been too peaceful in recent years, so it has suffered a lot of misunderstandings. Those nobles are staring at us like hungry wolves, their minds full of conspiracies and fantasies of the church amassing troops to kill them. So, we have to use practical results to convince them. The best way is to use the heads of monsters. If you have the heads, you will be rewarded. If you don't, you will be punished." Rem's gaze swept across everyone, then met Reynolds's eyes. He stopped, but continued, "Let me give you an example. If someone slacks off during a mission, hiding in the mountains and forests to waste time, turning their duty into a walk, then this is a lie and blasphemy to the goddess. For such a person, the punishment will follow like a shadow." Reynolds looked at Rem and suddenly felt that he was very handsome. It was the kind of handsomeness that made people angry when they saw him, the kind that made them want to break his nose and help him become a normal person again. He really wanted to put his thoughts into action, but he was afraid that he was not Rem's match in terms of strength. Although Rem's intelligence and knowledge would definitely crush him, there was no way to compare. People like Rem would only fight in areas they were familiar with, and would not accommodate others. Quasi-Inspector, Gal-Lai licked his teeth, rolled his eyes, and said with an almost inhuman expression, "Please help us pray to the goddess that we can find the griffins and kill them." Chapter 318. Our abilities are weak, and we need a lot of help to succeed. You are our superior, so you are a general in the army, right? The name of the victor of a war is always the general's. The name recorded when a war was lost was also the general's. You are placing too much importance on the success or failure of this mission. It doesn't have that much of an impact, it can't be compared to the war at all. Rem faced the morning sun, his face turning from orange to red. Just like how the sun will rise again every day under the care of the goddess, this is just a normal mission. I sincerely wish you success, because there will be many things in the future that will need your help. The morning sun is beautiful, but it is the beginning of every day, every day. It's about time, you should be on your way. Renaud squinted his eyes and looked back at the sun. The red ball of light was still a little attached to the horizon. This was enough time for him to say goodbye to REM, but he really couldn't stand this annoying guy anymore. Graccha Mother Gary, I have been busy preparing for the mission, and it is impolite of me not to say something. We are very sorry for the 2 knights who died protecting the others when you were attacked by griffins on the way. How many of you were there? I can't count well, but it must be more than 5, right? Turistan quickly covered his mouth. Renaud was the best calculator he had ever seen. What I mean is, please don't worry, your sorrow will be comforted by us, and righteous things like revenge and destroying monsters should be left to qualified warriors. Isn't it just griffins? Kill them. You haven't done it, but you still have me, right? Ariam pulled his longsword out with a whoosh, but before he could pull it out halfway, Renaud had already jumped behind Troon Cayley to hide. The holy emblem on the quasi-inspector's chest trembled, and he quickly calmed down. The long sword returned to its sheath, but his teeth didn't stop grinding. At this critical and awkward moment, he needed the power to change the situation. Because of this, Jegrit appeared. She jogged all the way, and with a crash, she braked in front of Renaud and said in a hurried tone, "Let's go, or my teacher will wake up soon." "You want to go too?" REM was stunned. "If you tell on me now, I will knock you out, but after I leave, you can say whatever you want, I don't mind. Also, I left a letter for the bishop." Jegrit flipped his hair. "Oh right, there's one more thing. I asked the bishop to wait for me here. Anyway, he doesn't pay much attention to me when he's with his old friends, so he won't be lonely. If you have time, please take care of me. I will thank you." The elven girl paused for a moment and said to REM in Elvish, "Thank you." Reynolds realized that he actually understood. It was probably the memories and abilities of others that helped him. After gathering 6 people, everyone didn't stay any longer. They picked up their bags and set off. Jegrit had snuck out on her own. Apart from her weapons and armor, she did not bring any other luggage. However, Turistan had already prepared a package for her. She glanced at it and felt that she was being treated the same as everyone else. She felt that nothing in the world could be fairer than this, so she carried it without another word. In fact, there was a huge difference in the weight of each person's items. Tron was the lightest, while Renaud and Turas were the heaviest. Renaud's arrangement was mainly related to the division of labor. With Gally's arm injured, Tron had to take on more of the responsibility of guarding and clearing the way. This meant that he had to run around and climb up and down, and needed to conserve more energy. Therefore, the lighter the load, the better. Gal-Lai was injured, so he naturally had to be taken care of. Wu Mama's body was slender, like a slightly malnourished girl, so she couldn't carry the heaviest load. Turistan insisted on this, and Renaud felt that there was no need to object. Anyway, he was very conscious. If he couldn't fight, then he would be a porter. That way, if he encountered danger, he would immediately hide behind his teammates and wouldn't feel guilty. He believed that everyone just had a different division of labor. A better overall arrangement and more efficient use of everyone's strengths was better than being completely uniform. Moreover, he had a job that no one else had, telling stories. A story of 3 countries? But I've never heard of a country called Winter. And it's just one country. You're not lying to me, are you? Renaud rolled his eyes at Jegrit and then sighed. Based on his calculations and planning, he naturally knew that the weight on the female paladin's shoulders was lighter than his, but she was at least an order of magnitude more relaxed. He didn't know how those arms and legs, which were obviously thinner than his, could contain so much strength. He looked at Wu Mama again and was shocked to realize that he was too weak. But when it came to storytelling, these people were all trash. Renaud was a person who often listened to storytelling, so he was better than them. History is serious. I can't just make it up, can I? So, I can only create a country that you've never heard of to put the story. Pay attention to the characters, and don't worry about the names. Yes, listen to Renaud. That's right. Turistan was busy wiping his sweat, but he didn't stop supporting his companions. Okay, I won't worry about the weird names and how 3 countries became one. But, when you tell stories, why do you always say soir? Is it some kind of quirk? I'm practicing magic, Renaud replied. The Truth Thunder Goddess had her own divine arts, but she didn't reject other powers. She treated them all equally. Dragons could fly in the sky and breathe fire, snakes could swim underground. These weren't divine arts, so there was no reason why people couldn't learn magic. What she was against was destructive, harmful, and contrary to the basic nature of living creatures. Renaud was also against magic research and abuse. So, if it weren't for the hindrance caused by his identity as a devil, he didn't mind spending most of his time on magic research. The environment for magic research was relaxed, so Renaud could openly say that he was practicing magic. Not long ago, I found a spell that allows me to move objects simply with my will. I've tried to cast this spell over and over again, and I've discovered 3 interesting phenomena. Jegrit was a little disappointed. She wanted to listen to stories, not magic. She regretted asking Renaud about soir. But as a paladin, it was very important to respect others as equals. She felt that if she could like to listen to stories, then Renaud could also like to study magic. First, it doesn't take much effort for me to cast this spell. I have to do a lot of physical exercise every day, which consumes a lot of energy, but it doesn't affect my ability to cast spells except that I'm too thirsty and my throat doesn't listen to me. Chapter 319. Second, continuous practice has made the effect of the spell stronger. Now, I can move heavier objects and do faster movements. The third and most interesting point is that the success of the spell has nothing to do with my pronunciation, but whether I think my pronunciation is correct or not. Oh, come on. Jegrit blinked quickly. Now can you tell me what happened next? Who is more powerful, the butcher or the jujube seller? No, you changed the topic too abruptly. Haven't you ever thought about why things would move just because I spoke? Is there any reason? You chanted the spell that suits you, so it should be effective. Is there any reason for this? Since the Creator created the world, the Goddess of Thunder and Truth has been watching over and taking care of everyone, rewarding those who are right and punishing those who are wrong. You did the right thing. There is a reward, you have to thank the Goddess. But I can't use the same method to cast the spell. I've tried. Reynolds wanted to say, but I'm a demon, the Goddess won't care. But he was afraid that the Goddess would care through the sword of the Sacred Heart Paladin. The Goddess has her own plans. You can experience it, but don't speculate. Jegrit became serious, which made Reynolds know that he should continue with the romance of the 3 kingdoms, adapted for a different world. Jegrit heard the rest of the story as she wished, but she had a lot of opinions about the plot where an inconspicuous character who made straw sandals could defeat 2 powerhouses at the same time. Reynolds ignored her opinion. He was still thinking about the question that popped up when all the Earthlings successfully cast the spell. What is going on? The morning was cold, and there was a trace of loneliness in the thin fog. There was a layer of frost on the sleeping blanket. Like the damp rock under the body, it would not warm up again. Autumn was left with its last breath of heat, and winter was squeezing its throat with both hands. Reynolds woke up shivering and couldn't sleep. His body kept shaking, which was a sign that his muscles were trying hard to generate heat. This kind of shivering made the white fog he exhaled intermittently, but it was enough for Wu Mama to know that he had woken up. Reynolds, there is soup, hot. The soft call gave him strength, urging him to slowly squeeze out of the sleeping bag. The others were still resting. It was not easy for everyone, so it was best not to wake them up. They rested behind a rock on a leeward hillside. The space was not big, and it was a little far from the forest, so they could not make a big campfire. The flames in front of Reynolds and Wu Mama could only heat up a teapot. However, when one's hand neared the flame, that bit of heat was enough to revive a person. Pine needles and some mint. Drink it. Wu Mama poured half a cup of hot tea for Reynolds and said, warm your hands first. If you can move, you can work and you can make it through. Wu Mama usually did not talk much, but at this time, he became more talkative. Reynolds understood this change. In order to avoid being attacked by wild beasts at night, they had to take turns keeping watch every day. This meant that they had to face the darkness alone most of the night. Starlight and moonlight are good friends, but all sounds are enemies. When the wind blew through the branches, over the ridges, and through the crevices of the rocks, it would make different whispers, like the gentle breath of a resentful banshee. Big animals and small animals stuffed their emotions into the wind, suddenly piercing into the heart of someone who was already too tense. This was pure torture. In particular, when he heard the crisp sound of a branch being broken, the night turned into the figures of all kinds of monsters in his imagination. At this time, they could only prick up their ears and be alert, not daring to sleep. However, after a while, people would doubt whether the previous crack had happened or not, and whether it was an illusion. There was no way to verify it, and no way to tell others, so when the night watch was about to end and some friends woke up, people were talkative. "It's the 10th day, can your body still hold on?" Wu Mimar gently broke a branch and stuffed it into the campfire. Soon, people who felt the change in light would wake up one by one. It was time to increase the firepower and heat up the dry food. "I have never suffered like this before, so unless I can't hold on, I can't answer you." Reynolds drank a mouthful of tea with the fragrance of plants. Vitality flowed into his body with the heat, and the feeling was no different from being resurrected from hell. "Wu Mama, what are we eating for breakfast?" "There is still enough portable dry food left for one meal, which is today's breakfast. Soak it in boiling hot spring water, add some wine, and 2 cloves of garlic. After that, we have to decide what to eat based on the hunting situation, or dried meat strips. For Dilly, the trouble is about to start." Wu Mama nodded. The elves' custom was not to eat meat. Their needs for protein and oil were all solved from plants. Everyone had been saving dry food for Ygritte, leaving the purely plant-based biscuits and bread for her. However, these things would go bad in the wild one day, and could not last longer than salted meat strips. "Unless there are dehydrated vegetables or canned food," Reynolds muttered. Wu Mema heard it, but pretended not to hear it. In fact, the main reason was that she did not understand. For the past 10 days, Reynolds had been practicing his incantation. Even when he was telling stories, the phrase "swa" had become a common curse in everyone's minds. Even when they were sleeping, the phrase "swa" would echo in their dreams. It could not be helped. His stories were too good, and he practiced too hard. In order to get the former, they had to endure the latter. In addition to SUA, Reynolds was also experimenting with other spells. Therefore, from time to time, he would say words that no one understood, such as dehydrated vegetables or canned food. At first, everyone was curious and would ask him what those words were. Reynolds did not hide it and would tell everyone, but no one could understand. The things involved seemed to make sense, but it was more like some kind of imagination. Considering that Reynolds didn't seem to have gone crazy, the things that everyone couldn't understand must be magic incantations. At this time, Ygritte turned over and swung her arms from one side of the water bag to the other, almost hitting Ramstein's round nose. "Food," she said vaguely. Ygritte was the only one who slept with her arms outside the sleeping bag. The temperature in the mountains did not seem to have any effect on her. Not only that, but in terms of endurance, flexibility, and strength, she also overwhelmed the few people except Kale and Tron. This made Ramstein and Wu Memar a little depressed. Chapter 320. However, Galle said that Ygritte's ability came from the goddess, while their ability came from daily training and practice, which was actually better than hers. Reynolds couldn't see the advantage of physical training over magic training, but he wouldn't point it out. Whether it was physical strength, magic power, divine power, or the power of hell, as long as it could meet his expectations, it was good. He watched Ygritte turn over and said to Wu Memar, "It seems that he's about to wake up. You continue to watch outside, I'll make breakfast." Wu Memar seemed to have said enough and became silent again. He looked out from the edge of the rock, and the morning light and mist touched his face, melting the looming white frost. At this time, Reynolds felt that he was a woman, sitting in a painting, staring at the future. It must be an illusion caused by the monotonous food. Weighted overall calculation could improve the efficiency of the use of items, but in many ways it was not good for the stomach. This bad effect would become more and more serious as they stayed in the wild longer. At this time, the distant memories of various delicious dishes in his previous life would emerge and torture him, just like hell to the souls of ordinary people. Reynolds realized more and more that he couldn't get rid of the curse that he couldn't get rid of. His only way to deal with it was to divert his attention. SUA. As he focused, several things around him floated up one by one, and then went to their respective destinations. Firewood, pot, water bag, dry food, seasoning. Reynolds couldn't move them all at the same time. He could only control one at a time. However, as long as the destination was set, the spell could make these items move by themselves. Although the speed couldn't be increased, just like a feather couldn't accelerate in free fall, at least until it encountered greater resistance or was controlled by the next SUA, they would keep moving in a leisurely manner. Tron suddenly sat up and looked around vigilantly, but he didn't find any danger. He turned to look at Renaud, who was constantly making swah sounds, and said, "I feel like my brain is being pulled into the air. This is really the scariest waking up spell." "What's for breakfast?" It was Jegrit's voice. Her voice had the beauty and quickness of the Elvish language, but also the brevity and strength unique to humans. After all, the paladins of the goddess were a militarized organization, mainly composed of humans, so this brevity was a habit developed during training. "What else can it be?" "Soak dry food in wine and add a little stimulating taste." Reynolds stirred the steaming soup pot with a long ladle, hoping to melt the dry food inside more evenly. "After this meal, there will be no more dry food, so we can only eat meat." "Jegrit, what about you?" "I'll eat whatever you guys eat. Meat is fine too." There was nothing strange in the elf's voice. She crawled out of her sleeping bag and stuck her head out to look into the soup pot, as if she wanted to see the difference in the soup every day. "I asked the goddess if I could eat meat, and she said no problem. I've eaten it before. I'm not used to the taste, but my stomach can accept it." "You're the first elf I've ever heard of who eats meat." Gaulai moved quickly after he woke up. He was already folding his sleeping bag. "Don't worry too much. We'll look for plant-based food along the way. In fact, if it wasn't for Wu Mama's rough method of destroying the traces yesterday, we could have followed the squirrels and found some nuts from their nests." "I'm sorry." Wu Mama lowered her head. Galil did not continue to criticize him. This was very different from usual, but everyone liked the change. "Today's mission is very important. Everyone, stay alert. Ramstein, stop rubbing your eyes. First, tell me what we're going to do today." Fatty stopped half of his yawn and quickly said, "We found the place where the knights were attacked 3 days ago. Following the clues there, we followed the griffin's nest all the way. Yesterday, we found another place where it attacked, and it was newer than the previous one. Today's mission is to start searching from this place. It's best if we can get close to the griffin's nest, or at least lock down its range of activity, and then find a place to set a trap. Tron, is there anything we need to pay attention to?" Galil had already folded his sleeping bag and tied it up, so he continued to ask. "The griffin may appear at any time, so we need to be on high alert. Therefore, there must be 2 pairs of eyes looking at the sky at all times." Tron spoke as he thought. The crossbow should be ready to fire, and 2 people should keep a safe distance from each other. "From now on, we'll be in a light combat state. This will be our second supply and retreat location. Are we going to prepare for battle?" Renaud thought for a moment, and let himself be excited and nervous. He could still clearly remember the attack when he first arrived at the Ice Peak Fortress, and the scene when the griffin's claws slid past his eyes. If he recalled carefully, he seemed to be able to remember a little earlier, when the griffin hovered in the sky, looking down and choosing its prey. That was the gaze of a hunter, and now he wanted his eyes to emit that gaze. "Is it that if we keep quiet today, we can't listen to the story?" Jegrit suddenly thought of this, and felt a little unhappy. Tron looked at Renaud and Jegrit, and thought that if the female paladin could protect Renaud, it would definitely be a good thing. So he said, "As long as we keep our voices down, we can still talk. I think there may be fog today, So we still need to rely on sound to determine everyone's situation. There are not only griffins in the mountains, but also other things. After everyone got up, they warmed their bodies with hot soup, then extinguished the bonfire and cleaned the camp. They hid some things in the shelter of the big rocks, and then went into the battle lightly, continuing to search for the griffin's location. Fortunately, it's close to winter. Most of the creatures either go to warm places to hide from the wind and snow, or hibernate in caves until spring. This has reduced our risks along the way. Tron walked from the back of the team to the front, and said to Renault as he passed, "The Sunset Mountains are not like this in other seasons. Do not leave the road and walk into the mountains without completing your training. Renault, be careful. Be careful." Renault nodded, and then pulled the straps of his backpack to make his shoulders more comfortable. Although they were all light, Renault's backpack seemed to be heavier than the others, and he needed to adjust his posture frequently. It was a kind of short rest, and also to prevent the wounds under the cotton armor from being torn open again. Chapter 321. Why are they doing this? They can't be watching soap operas, right? They're using us as guinea pigs to study our development process. I still don't believe it. Anyway, I don't believe it. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. Earth is about to be finished anyway. Why? The universe began to expand from a singularity to the present. When it expands to a certain extent, the universe will begin to shrink. Time will begin to flow backward, returning to the beginning of the universe and becoming a singularity again. Then, it will explode again. This is an infinite cycle. This is the universe model they built, and the next contraction is not far away. If they built this universe model to study our development process, then why do they want to shrink the universe now that Earth has developed humans and a perfect scientific system? The beautiful girl paused for a moment and said slowly, word by word. Because the people of Earth are about to discover this matter. The people of Earth accidentally discovered gravitational waves, and gravitational waves carry a lot of information. Gravitational waves are eternal, so sooner or later, the people of Earth will capture a gravitational wave that records everything they did for Earth back then. Once the people of Earth discover this matter, there will be no meaning for them to be studied. Therefore, when that day comes, the universe will shrink and the reincarnation will begin again. Reynolds did not know what to say. This news was too shocking and difficult to digest. The beautiful girl looked at Reynolds's blank face, as if he still did not believe it, and said, "Have you ever seen people from the future come back through time?" Reynolds came back to his senses. No. That's right. Because the civilization of Earth never had time to develop to the stage of developing a spacetime machine, it was restored because of the universe's contraction, so you can't see people from the future. Reynolds did not speak for a long time. But, how do you know all this? The beautiful girl chuckled and let out a strange laughter that was very ear-piercing. Any program has bugs and viruses, and the universe model is no exception. Right now, I am its virus. Reynolds was shocked and puzzled. Then, why are you telling me? The universe has been reincarnated countless times. Humans have come from nothing countless times, from something to prosperity, and then from prosperity to decline countless times. Humans have been played by them countless times. I want to end all of this, but my life is almost over. So you found me? Stop the humans from continuing to explore gravitational waves, let the humans study the spacetime machine, travel to the day they come to Earth, kill them, destroy their connection with this universe, and end all of this. I'm tired. Please help me. The beautiful girl gave Reynolds a slip of paper and rushed out of the door. Reynolds was shocked and hurriedly followed her out. He saw the beautiful girl jump off the cliff and turn around to look at him with a smile. No, no. The beautiful girl committed suicide. Reynolds looked down at the note. It was written. Accept your fate, Reynolds. You can't escape. I chose many people and chose you. This is fate. At this point, Reynolds stopped. The story seemed to have ended. I lowered my head, not knowing what to say. After a while, Reynolds asked me, "Do you believe it?" "I don't believe it. I think it's too ridiculous." "I think so too. What do you think I should do?" "I'll listen to you." Reno looked up at me with hopeful eyes, making me feel as if I was in charge of the fate of the entire human race. "Have a good rest and forget about this matter. It's just the nonsense of a religious fanatic." "I don't think so either." I said goodbye to Reynolds and left. It had just rained outside and the air was fresh. There was a zoo near Reynolds' house. I watched the zoo staff renovating the old facility. I took out my phone and dialed a number. "I'm Arthur. Virus number 7 has been corrected. No need to remove it." In the house, Reynolds looked at my back as I left. He took out the piece of paper that the beautiful girl gave him from the drawer. He flipped to the back again. It said, "Other than that, be careful of Arthur. Be careful of anyone around you." Reynolds smiled and tore the paper. He turned to look out the window. The sky was clear. It was time to wake up from the dream. Reynolds had a dream. He dreamed that he had obtained immortality. In the dream, he returned to his own world. There was no Lin Ling, no Jiao Chan, no Natonars, and no this fantasy world. He was still the same student, doing nothing every day. Although he didn't like it in that world, he didn't reject it either. Then, he met a girl with 2 ponytails on the top of the mountain. He also had a friend called Arthur. But why would the name of a hero appear in his own world? Then, the only possibility was that that world was fake and didn't exist. But which of these worlds was the true body? Which one was the real one? "Reynolds, wake up." Elena's voice came to his ears. Reynolds opened his eyes in a daze. Elena saw and said, "You fainted. The reason is unknown. Maybe your weak body couldn't withstand the unique aura in the forest." Reynolds nodded and looked around. The 2 of them were still in the perpetual night forest. The Holy Spirit stones around them shone brightly, making Reynolds dizzy. "Elena, I just had a dream," Reynolds said hesitantly. He was considering if he should tell her the scene in his dream, but he didn't know where to start. "You dreamed of your own country, right? How did you know?" Reynolds was surprised. Elena looked at Reynolds as if she was looking at an idiot. She said, "That's not important. Thanks to you, I successfully lost that group of elves." Reynolds smiled apologetically. He said, "I'm fine. Let's continue." The 2 of them were about to continue when they heard a faint sound in the distance. Elena frowned. She said, "There's someone on the other side of the forest. The aura doesn't seem to be elves. It doesn't have the unique aura of elves." Reynolds's heart jumped. He said, "Let's go take a look. It might be those elven traffickers again." Eileen nodded her head. She concealed their auras and rushed over quickly. After a while, the 2 of them came to the place where the sound came from. The terrain gradually became steeper. They were about to enter the depths of the forest. "Be careful. If I remember correctly, this should be the Elven River. The terrain is rugged and there are many streams and undercurrents. Although the water level is very low, there are many unique creatures in the Elven country. It's very dangerous for people like you," Elena warned Reynolds. Reynolds heard her words and rolled his eyes. He carefully observed the surroundings. This place was indeed incomparably dangerous. The uneven road actually had hidden undercurrents of varying depths. Reynolds carelessly stepped into one, and immediately felt a bone-piercing chill. Chapter 322. Be careful. The water in the forest contains the cold air of the elves and even the poison of the marsh gas. However, you have purification, so you should be fine, Elena said. Reno nodded and did not say anything else. The 2 of them walked towards the voice. "Hey, boss, the recent harvest is really good, especially the elf we caught a few days ago. She's so beautiful." The speaker was a tall and sturdy man with a complacent expression. The man called Boss had a ponytail. When he heard the burly man's words, he smiled softly and said, "It's all thanks to you bastards' lives that we have so many goods, haha." The burly man was not angry at all when he called the burly man a bastard. Instead, he felt that it was a great honor. He asked, "Boss, didn't we already get enough goods? What's the purpose of coming to the forest today? Let's go quickly. We'll be discovered by the patrolling elves." The boss's expression was a little gloomy. He touched his ponytail and said, "A few days ago, there was an idiot who actually cut off the wings of an elf without permission." The burly man suddenly understood and said, "So it was that idiot Victor who did it. Boss, is that elf very important?" "Yes, the rich and powerful nowadays don't like broken things. Heh, what a bunch of fat pigs." The boss's expression was cold and seemed to be very dissatisfied. Seeing this, the burly man did not dare to say anything. "Go and find the wings for me. Or, catch a few more elves for me," Reno and Elena were eavesdropping at the side. They signaled with their eyes and confirmed that the two of them were the elven traffickers. Reynolds was even angrier when he heard that. It seemed that what the elf said was true. So cruel. Seeing that the two of them were about to move, Elena stood up. Reno asked, "Why, can't you wait anymore? My kind friend." Elena sneered and said, "My purpose is only to find my soul." Reno chuckled and followed. Elena and Reno both hid their auras and quickly followed the two of them. They were less than 10 meters behind. The two elven traffickers did not notice anything. "Boss, let's wait at the periphery of the forest. If we go any further, it will be troublesome if we encounter a powerful male elf." The boss sneered and said, "The most dangerous place is the safest place." The two of them quietly ran towards the elves' defensive line not far away, the unique elven fortress. The two of them arrived at the elves' residence with ease. They were very experienced. Elena furrowed her brows and said, "Although there have been people who abducted elves in the past, why are they so arrogant recently?" They arrived at the first place where the elves lived, the elven fortress. This was the elven defense line. Some powerful elves lived in the fortress, guarding the elven homeland in the depths of the forest. The recent elf trafficking incident had doubled the number of elves here. The two elven peddlers frowned when they saw this. "Retreat. That damned buyer." The leader of the elven peddlers was very angry and turned to leave. When the burly man saw this, he had no choice but to follow. Elena shook her head and said softly, "I thought they had some kind of plan. It's time to clean up." Reynolds had already understood her thoughts and said, "Do you feel that you're about to find your soul?" "Ha, I do have this feeling." Soon, the four of them walked out of the perpetual night forest and saw the sun again. Reynolds was dazzled by the sudden sunlight and didn't react. Elena rushed towards the two elven peddlers. "Who are you?" The leader was so shocked that his ponytail stood up for a moment. The woman in front of him was too ghostly. He didn't even notice her. Elena looked at the two of them and didn't say anything. She threw the spear in her hand and ended the life of the other burly man. "You." The remaining leader was finally scared. He quickly took out a handful of pink dust and threw it at Elena. Then he turned around and wanted to run. However, before he could run a few steps, he felt a pain in his leg and fell to the ground. He turned around in horror and found that Elena was unharmed. The tip of her spear was still shining with golden light. Then, he looked at his leg. There was a huge bloody hole, and blood was flowing out of it. "Where did you hide the elves?" Elena was expressionless. She looked coldly at the screaming elven peddler on the ground. At this moment, Reynolds rushed over. He admired Elena's swift and decisive way of doing things. After spending many days with Elena, Reynolds had gradually gotten used to her actions. At first, he couldn't accept it, but later, he was influenced by her. Whether it was suddenly killing someone or doing things her own way, to Reynolds, she was full of an inexplicable domineering aura. After all, only the strong had the right to be arrogant. The elven peddler was covered in cold sweat. He covered the hole on his leg with his hand and said stubbornly, "Who are you?" He was shocked and angry. He looked at the beautiful woman in front of him who was exuding a domineering aura. He felt like he had seen her somewhere before. "Are you the reinforcements the elves invited?" His face was pale. Blood kept flowing out of his leg. He couldn't stop it. The elves had strict rules. Ordinary elves weren't qualified to leave the perpetual night forest. Unless they encountered a major invasion, they wouldn't take a step out of the forest. This was one of the reasons why elven peddlers like him were so confident. After hearing his question, a trace of displeasure flashed in Elena's beautiful eyes. She didn't say anything. She waved her spear and chopped off the right leg of the peddler in front of her. Ah! With a blood-curdling scream, the elf trafficker whose right leg had been chopped off immediately blacked out and fainted. Elena said, "I'm the one asking you a question. Who gave you the right to question me?" Reynolds saw this and quickly ran over. He looked at the pitiful state of the peddler and said to Elena, "He fainted." "I know." Elena walked over and used her spear to cut open the peddler's clothes. She took out a piece of dark yellow paper. Volcano auction house. This piece of paper looked like an invitation card, and these words were written on it with golden powder. "What, Elena, do you know?" Elena snorted. She looked at the invitation and put it away. She said, "Not only do I know. This auction house is the biggest trading place in the Barbaker Kingdom. I didn't expect my dead father to do so many good things." Chapter 323. Elena thought for a while and said, "Let's go to the volcano auction house." "Wait a minute," Renaud suddenly shouted. "What?" Renaud smiled innocently. "Let's throw this elf trader who's not dead into the everlasting night forest. It'll be interesting." Elena smiled and said, "That's a good idea." Although the volcano auction house belonged to the Barbaker Kingdom, it wasn't located there. Instead, it was located in the Dragon Mountain Range, which was more dangerous and hidden. This vast mountain range led directly to the land of Qin Chu. It was the border between the Eastern Kingdom and the Barbaker Kingdom, as well as various tribes and towns. At this time, in a warm room in the auction house, there was a small group of people. Judging by their clothes, they were all nobles and royalty of various countries. In the middle of the room, there was a huge cage. Inside it were elves. Counting carefully, there were a total of 12 of them. There were men and women among these elves. Most of them were women. They were heavily shackled and had cloth balls stuffed into their mouths to prevent them from committing suicide. Their expressions were the only similarity. They were all filled with deep fear. God, what a group of cute and holy little fellows. Among the people surrounding the cage, a fat man with a big belly looked at the elves in the cage. His eyes were wide open and his face was red. As the elves in the cage were only wearing grey robes that reached their thighs, they were very attractive. Therefore, his gaze kept sweeping over their bodies. After looking for a long time, he pointed to a beautiful and pitiful female elf who had no wings and said, "I want this little angel." He. So cute. Another person said, "Earl Law, I don't agree. I like her. I came first." "Earl Law, I don't agree either." As soon as the man called Earl Law opened his mouth, everyone in the room began to quarrel with one another. They could all see that this little elf was the most beautiful. Most importantly, her wings had been cut off. She was very safe and wouldn't take the opportunity to fly away. At this time, one of them said, "I'm going to relieve myself." Earl Law sneered. "Crick, you have a bulge in your pants. You want to pee when you see this little angel? Ha 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 ha." Crick's expression changed. "Earl Law, I'm afraid you won't even be able to pee." Everyone roared with laughter. The elves' hands and feet were tied, and their mouths were gagged. They were all huddled together in a corner of the cage, and their faces were filled with terror. Just as everyone was arguing, Marshal Zaro walked in from outside. Seeing this person enter, everyone fell silent and greeted him one after another. Marshal Zaro was the first general of Baby Ka and the only Grand Duke in the kingdom. His status was second only to the king of Baby Ka. Not only did he hold military power, but he was also a powerful awakened. He had 3 talent skills and was very powerful. He was the most powerful person in the Barbaker Kingdom. Zaro waved his hand and glanced at the elves in the cage. He frowned and said, "Why are the goods I want still incomplete? Where's Crick?" At this time, Crick came back from the toilet. His hands were wet, and there was some unknown liquid on his pants. When he saw Marshal Zaro, he immediately smiled and said, "Oh, what an honor for my volcano auction house to welcome the Empire's Marshal Zaro." When everyone heard that these elves were what Zaro wanted, they all sighed, especially Earl Law. His gaze swept over the elves as if he wanted to eat them up. Zaro looked at Crick and said in disgust, "The auction will be held in a few days. Take care of these elves for me. I want the complete elves." Okay, Crick said with a smile. "I'll definitely arrange for them to be clean and obedient for you." Zaro ignored the people in the room, turned around, and walked out. After a while, Earl Law said fiercely, "What a good little angel. How could she be ruined by such a muscular monster? Sigh, how pitiful." After saying that, he walked into the cage and reached his hand into the cage. With trembling hands, he gently touched the face of the little elf. The little elf was shocked and tried to dodge back, but because the cage was too crowded, she still couldn't escape his evil hands. Such smooth skin. Earl was intoxicated and couldn't help but reach down with his right hand. Crick shouted, "Damn fatty, do you want to die?" Earl's hand froze, and he came to his senses. Of course, he knew the consequences of angering Marshal Zaro. At this time, he reluctantly returned to his seat. The Dragon Mountain Range was vast and was an important military area. It was also an extremely developed economic mountain. Thanks to the existence of the volcano auction house, it was equivalent to a central point. The rich and powerful of the surrounding countries, tribes, and towns would all come here to participate in the monthly auction. This also led to the development of the surrounding industries, such as tea houses, taverns, lodging, and adventurers leading people to the mountains to hunt, explore, and search for valuable things. Renaud sat in a tavern, waiting for Elena to come back. This tavern was halfway up the Dragon Mountain Range. There were many guests and business was good. They were all adventurers from afar. Most of them were men, but there were also women, but there were many male companions. In this kind of place, it was very dangerous for a woman to be alone. Why isn't she back yet? Renaud drank and searched for the people around him. He touched his trouser pocket and found that his phone was still there. Renaud was bored, so he took it out and tried to turn on the power. He hadn't turned it on for a long time. He didn't know if there was still power left. The screen showed that there was still 1% of power left. Renaud was a little surprised. He swiped the screen a few times and found that the phone didn't lag because of the lack of power. Instead, it became unusually smooth. He clicked on Chocho and logged in. At first, Renaud just wanted to give it a try, but the next moment, he was so shocked that his jaw almost fell. F***CK. Renaud couldn't help but swear, staring at the phone with wide eyes. At this time, the people around him seemed to have a tacit understanding. They all looked at Renaud, but only for a moment. The next moment, everything went on as usual. Those who were drinking continued drinking, and those who were bragging bragged. Renaud was too focused on all this and didn't notice the strangeness around him. The most important thing was that the phone had a signal in this place. Renaud looked at the greetings sent by many of his friends and classmates on Chocho and was momentarily stunned. "Brother Lin, where the F***CK have you been?" Chapter 324. Reynolds, are you okay? We're all worried about you. Where are you? The dormitory is incomplete without you. Son, Mom called the police. Where are you? You must be safe. There were many unfamiliar friend requests, and many friends blocked him. Reynolds had all kinds of feelings in his heart as he kept scrolling. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something and quickly opened WeChat. Reynolds, I found a secret. My phone can actually have a signal here. And the battery is unlimited. Wow, I'm so happy. Do you know? Not only is there a signal here, but there's also the internet. Reynolds, I miss you so much. Have you not looked at your phone recently? You left me behind, I haven't settled the score with you yet. Angry, Diao Chan, this old witch. Crying, she's too strict QAQ. Sister Diao Chan is still a very good person, hey. We've been in Xianyang City of the state of Qin recently. Reynolds, how are you? Are you okay? I'm so worried about you. Are you doing well? This was the WeChat message Lin Ling sent to Reynolds. Then, the style changed. Reynolds, I killed someone. Reynolds, are you going to the Academy of the Tang Dynasty? I'm going to the academy there. Sister Diao Chan is really amazing. Hee, I killed another person. It was Sister Diao Chan who killed him with me. The message stopped a few days ago. After that, Lin Ling did not send any more messages to Reynolds. Reynolds's heart was filled with thoughts as he read. His hands were even trembling. He spent a lot of effort to reply to his mother. When he clicked send, a red exclamation mark suddenly appeared. In other words, the message was not sent. Reynolds was shocked. He edited it again and sent it again. It was still an exclamation mark. Reynolds's excited mood gradually calmed down. He tried to send a message to everyone, but it did not go out. Finally, Reynolds thought for a moment and sent a message to Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I'm Reynolds. I'll also go to the Tang Dynasty Academy. Wait for me. I miss you very much. He clicked send. Send successful. As expected. Only people in this world would receive the message. In other words, they could only use their phones to interact with people in this world. As for the rest, they could only take a look and not comment on it. In that case, the game could no longer be played. Reynolds saw that Lin Ling didn't reply to him, so he put his phone in his pocket. Elena had gone to settle her unicorn down, but it had been almost 2 hours, and she still hadn't returned. Although Reynolds was not worried that something would happen to her, he was still a little anxious. He stood up, paid the bill, and left the tavern. Outside was a long and winding mountain road. There were small stalls selling all kinds of things on the side of the road. There were almost no customers, but the mountain road still seemed a little crowded. Renaud walked to the backyard of the tavern. There were many horses here, but Elena's unicorn was nowhere to be seen. Elena was not here either. Reynolds was about to go out when he suddenly felt someone coming from behind him. He instinctively turned around, but before he could react, his vision went black and he was put into a black bag. Who are you? Let me go. Reynolds turned pale with fright. If he had known earlier, he would have gone with Elena back then. Hey, this kid and that thing will definitely sell for a sky-high price. Yeah, maybe all the things in the auction house combined won't be worth as much as this kid. Ha 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 ha. It's not maybe, it's definitely. Look at this kid's tender skin, maybe some rich lady will take a fancy to him. Reynolds was shocked and angry. That thing of his. What thing? Was it the bracelet on his hand, or his phone? Reynolds remembered that he had the Yuchang sword in his shoe, but the bag was too small. Reynolds twisted and turned, but his hand just couldn't reach his leg. Moreover, the bag seemed to have an unbearable stench. When he smelled it carefully, he could even smell the stench of blood. The people outside saw Reynolds twisting and turning and scolded, moving around, "You're courting death." After saying that, they wanted to teach Reynolds a lesson. Another person quickly waved his hand to stop them and said, "Don't cause trouble. Retreat when you've achieved your goal. Don't let the woman beside him find out. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before." Reynolds only felt a strange fragrance coming to his nose, and he looked drowsy. However, Reynolds's purifying physique completely dispelled it. Is it ecstasy? Reynolds frowned and pretended to faint. He wanted to see what this so-called auction house was up to. Reynolds felt like he had been thrown into a carriage. Reynolds grimaced and touched his painful butt, but he didn't make a sound. Hee, have you heard? There are a total of 12 elves for sale at this auction. Our country is crazy. Aren't we afraid of making enemies by invading those elves in the perpetual night forest? Hee, who knows? Marshal Zaro's hands and feet are everywhere. The Empire's war god's whereabouts are unknown after killing his father. Making enemies for the survival of the country? *CK his grandma. After this, I'll go to the Qin kingdom to make a living. That's a good place. How do you think Marshal Zaro will reward us? Hee, How did a sacred item like the Apocalypse bracelet appear in this kid's hands? Enough. This kind of thing isn't something people like us can know. Let's hurry up and get the reward and go back to wash our hands. Reynolds heard a few familiar words and frowned. He would be detained by them for the time being. Now that he had lost contact with Eileen, this was a good place to enter the auction house. 3 days later. Today, the volcano auction house was very lively, because the biggest auction in the Kingdom of Barbaca in recent years was going to be held here. All kinds of rare treasures would be on the stage. Among them, the most attractive ones were undoubtedly 2 treasures. One was a legendary weapon made from the fangs of the Dominator beast in the Forbidden Ice Zone, the Army Destroyer. This sword was 3 meters long, the blade was wide, and the whole body was emitting a blue light. It was full of momentum and unparalleled power. It could break thousands of soldiers with one sword. There were 3 war gods in the king's realm who had the Army Destroyer sword. Each of them was famous in history. Therefore, it was said that the Army Destroyer sword contained a peerless combat skill that could make the strength of the real war god. The so-called war gods in the king's realm were second-rate people in the past. Therefore, the appearance of the Army Destroyer sword caused a sensation. The major forces of the king's realm gathered in the Barbaca kingdom to get the Army Destroyer sword. The second rare treasure was a living creature. In other words, the protagonists were a dozen handsome elves in the perpetual night forest. Each of these elves was incomparably holy. Before marriage, whether it was body or soul, they were incomparably pure. Chapter 325. There was an unwritten rule among the elves. Once someone took away their purity, they had to follow that person for the rest of their lives and never betray him. Most importantly, most of these elves were gifted. If they were cultivated well, they could be used for various purposes, such as assassination and undercover. There were many forces that came for these elves, but they were much fewer than the Army Destroyer. After all, the Army Destroyer could be seen clearly and touched clearly. These elves were indeed kidnapped. Whether in mind or soul, they were extremely difficult to tame. Some of them even bit their tongues to commit suicide as soon as they were brought home. Most of the powerful forces, even if they had money, did not want to waste their efforts. However, these were not the most important things. The most important thing was that the auction house revealed that the final product was not the Army Destroyer or the elves, but a very mysterious thing. This also attracted a lot of people to come to the auction. The auction house was vast and could accommodate 20,000 people. The entrance ticket to the auction house cost 10 gold coins per person. 1 gold coin was equivalent to a month's food for an ordinary family. Even so, the auction house was full. The huge auction house was very crowded, and most of the seats were ordinary auction seats. Dozens of VIP seats were also full. A VIP seat cost 100 gold coins. The auction house was full of people. At this time, 2 rows of fully armed guards ran out of the volcano auction house and stood on both sides of the door of the auction house. A group of people rushed out from inside. The leader was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary temperament. This man was Crick. He was the manager of the volcano auction house. Welcome Marshal Zaro of the Barbaca Empire. At this time, there was a voice outside. The arrogance of the auction house was reduced by half in an instant. They all looked at the strongest man of the Barbaca Empire. The king of Barbaca has died. Who is in power now? I don't know. It is said that it is Elena, the god of war of Barbaca. Nonsense. Elena has been missing for more than half a month. I think it is Zaro who is in power. Don't talk about the politics of other countries. Why should we talk about it? Let's wait and see what the final product is. Crick saw this and quickly ran over to welcome Zaro to the VIP seats. General Bai Chi of the Qin Kingdom. Instantly, the people in the auction house were in an uproar again. Am I seeing things? The god of massacre from the Qin state is here? My god, what is he doing here? I'm afraid he's determined to get the Army Destroyer sword. Yes, the Qin state has been fighting with the invaders of Barbaca recently. If they come at this time, They will definitely set off a bloody storm. Ha 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 ha, I like it. Bai Chi slowly walked in. He was wearing a blue armor. The armor covered his entire body, leaving only his 2 eyes exposed. With a huge scythe on his back, he looked incomparably majestic and unstoppable. There were more than a dozen fierce-looking soldiers in silver armor following behind him. Crick, who hurried to greet them, walked into the VIP seats. Bai Chi walked into the VIP seating area and looked around. There were pillars carved from agarwood and luxurious animal skin carpets that were incomparably soft. Bai Chi waved his hand and had the others leave, leaving only one of the bodyguards behind. "What are your orders, General?" Bai Chi was deep in thought as he looked at the large group of people outside and said, "This time, we must obtain the army destroyer sword. Do you know what to do?" "Yes." After that, only Bai Chi was left in the VIP seats. At the same time, at the back of the auction house, in the warehouse of goods, an interesting thing was happening. "Reynolds, are we really going to escape?" It was the elf whose wings had been chopped off. She was Night Spirit's sister, Yi Han. Yi Han looked at Reynolds with a worried face and said, "We have never been out of the perpetual night forest. We don't know the route. Even if we go out, we can't go back." Reynolds smiled and said, "Today is the day of the auction. You and I will definitely be in the last batch to be auctioned. The rest of the goods here have been transported to the auction house. Now is the best time to leave." With that, Reynolds waved the Yu Chang sword in his hand. A cold light flashed, and there was not even a spark. The railings of the huge iron cage where the elves were locked were cut off by Reynolds. Reynolds had been here for 3 days and knew the situation of the auction house. At this time, the auction house was at its most relaxed. Everyone was looking after the goods that were transported. Even if there were people guarding here, he could escape with his heavenly thunder of punishment. Reynolds walked out of the door and looked around. They were in a big tent. Not far away was the volcano auction house. Reynolds's heart skipped a beat. He led the elves and quickly walked out of the tent. "I know the route. This is the peak of the dragon-shaped mountain range. You just need to follow the path down the mountain and walk north for a few days. You will reach the perpetual night forest. Don't you know how to fly?" No one noticed that inside the tent, there was a pair of sinister eyes looking at them. On the other side, the auction officially began after the manager of the volcano auction house, Crick, gave a passionate speech. The host of the auction was Earl Law of the Empire. From this, one could see how high the standard of this auction house was. The first auction item, 2 gold-ranked skill scrolls. The starting price is 100,000 gold coins. Earl Law usually spoke in a vulgar manner, but now he was unusually serious. The gold-tier skill scrolls that were usually very popular didn't attract many people's interest today. After all, the 2 skill scrolls didn't contain any powerful skills. One was Pufferfish Bomb and the other was Barbaric Charge. Both of these were skills that some martial artists could easily cultivate. The so-called skill scrolls were skills that were sealed in the scroll in the form of a magic spell. Once used, the skill could be summoned through the scroll. The next auction items were all extremely rare and precious items. They were bought by some influential people. The 18th auction item, the Scorching Sun Arrow Skill Scroll. Hihi, you guessed right. This is a diamond-ranked skill scroll that has been lost for a long time. The cultivation method has also been lost. I don't need to explain its power. Once the Scorching Sun Arrow is shot, it can travel for 108,000 miles until it hits the target. The starting price is 5 million gold coins. Earl Law's saliva was flying everywhere. There was a lot of discussion below, but no one bid. Although the Scorching Sun Arrow had a long range, everyone knew that it was an extremely uncertain skill. Chapter 326. Although the power of the skill was considerable, who could see so far away? Who would know if the skill had hit its target? It might even be fatal. To put it bluntly, this skill was of little value. Not far away, Bai Chi's heart skipped a beat. After thinking for a while, He ordered his subordinates to light up the auction torch. Seeing that no one was bidding, Luo understood that this item was a treasure. However, the key was that no one in the world had any use for it. It seemed that it would be a no bid. But at that moment, the torch outside one of the private rooms lit up. Luo was delighted. He immediately said, "The guest in private room 25 has bid 5 million. Is there anyone else? All right, 5 million going once, 5 million going twice, 5 million going thrice. Sold." This was the first item to be sold at the starting price, but no one was envious. It was not that they could not afford 5 million, but they did not want to throw it away. Very quickly, someone delivered the Scorching Sun Arrow skill scroll to Bai Chi's private room. After confirming it, Bai Chi signed the payment agreement without hesitation. The most exciting moment is about to arrive. Now, there are only 3 items left. I believe that many of you are here for them. Alright, let's not waste any more time. Please bring up the first divine artifact, the Army Destroyer Sword. Luo wanted to say more to liven up the atmosphere, but seeing that many people below were already impatient, he went straight to the point. The Army Destroyer Sword wasn't brought to the auction stage by a young girl like before. Instead, it was brought to the auction stage by 4 muscular men who were carrying a black jade tray covered in gold and jade. 2 witches stood on either side of the tray as guards, and the profession rank badges on their chests were extremely eye-catching. The moment it appeared, the whole place fell silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the black jade tray. The world-famous Destroyer Sword. The starting price is 100 million gold coins. Each bid must not be lower than 5 million gold coins, 200 million. Before Luo could finish speaking, someone below could not wait to bid. Marshal Zaro looked at the bidder from the private room and said, "It's someone from the Heavenly Eagle Empire's Yuchan family. A second-rate family actually wants this godly weapon. HMPH Marshal, should we bid?" A soldier standing next to him asked. "We're here for the Apocalypse Bracelet. Although this weapon is precious, we shouldn't bite off more than we can chew. Let's focus on the Apocalypse Bracelet and leave this weapon to someone else," Zaro said. In fact, he also knew that if the Barbaker Empire took these 2 peerless treasures, it would be a disaster rather than a blessing. Now, this small auction house had gathered all the major forces of the king's realm. They were gentlemen on the surface, but in the dark, they would use all kinds of methods. In the time it took for the master and disciple to exchange a few words, the map of the ancient dragon's tomb in Tulan had already soared to 500 million gold coins. The bidders included the Heavenly Wolf Empire, the Azure Dragon Empire, the Golden Eagle Empire, and the various sects of the United Kingdom. However, many people knew that this was only the beginning. Those who were truly determined to seize it were still watching coldly from the sidelines. 500 million gold coins. At this moment, a sonorous voice raised the price from 350 trillion gold coins to 500 million gold coins. Everyone knew that the true battle between dragons and tigers had just begun. The first general of the King of Qin, Bai Chi. Seeing that it was him, Marshal Zaro's face changed slightly, and he was thinking about things with uncertainty. 600 million gold coins. After thinking for a few seconds, he also shouted. At present, the Barbaker Empire was wantonly expanding its territory in the king's realm, and the first big obstacle was the Qin state. 1 billion. Bai Chi was unmoved and continued to bid. As soon as this voice came out, the whole auction house was boiling. My God, 1 billion. Can you buy a few small countries? As expected of the Qin state, Marshal Zaro clenched his fists, and a murderous glint flashed across his eyes. He shut his mouth and did not bid again. This price had already exceeded his expectations. He was not alone, he had a huge country behind him. How would he be able to maintain the country's capital flow if he threw in so much money at once? The most important thing was the Apocalypse Bracelet and the elves, which were what he needed most. 1 billion going once, 1 billion going twice, 1 billion going thrice, sold. Luo's voice was trembling. 1 billion was a new record that hadn't been broken in the past few decades. After resting for a while, Luo went back to the auction stage. This time, his expression was changed to his usual wretched expression. He said, "Next, let's relax. This time, the item is from the Eternal Night Forest." Before he finished speaking, a person quickly ran in from outside, jumped on the stage, and whispered in Luo'er's ear. Luo'er listened, and then his face changed greatly. The people below the stage looked and shouted, "Where's the elves? Where's the elves? Where's my elves?" Even Zaro looked at Luo'er strangely. Luo'er's face was gloomy. He took a deep breath and said, "The last auction item is a divine artifact from the sacred realm of another continent, the Apocalypse Bracelet." This time, the people in the auction house were not excited. Instead, they were shocked. The huge auction house was silent. Luo'er was very satisfied with this reaction. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Bring it in." After that, two big men drove Reynolds and brought him to the auction stage. After a moment of silence, everyone in the auction house exploded in an instant. "Apocalypse Bracelet? Did I hear wrongly? F***CK, Luo'er, you damn fatty, don't lie to us." In the private room, Zaro saw the crowd's reaction and laughed loudly. These ants dare to question the authenticity of the Apocalypse Bracelet. "Marshal, who is that person? Didn't you say that the Apocalypse Bracelet has a powerful demonic power on it?" Zaro did not care and said, "It's not important who that person is. At most, we'll buy that person as well." On the other side of the private room, Bai Chi was sitting in the center. He frowned as if he was interested in the Apocalypse Bracelet. However, his attention was completely focused on the Army Destroyer sword in front of him. The Army Destroyer sword exuded an oppressive aura, and the tip of the sword was buzzing, as if it was examining its new owner. "Good sword, good sword." Bai Chi picked up the sword, looked at it for a moment, and immediately praised. Reynolds looked at his surroundings with a gloomy expression. The strange emotions in his heart were overwhelming. "I miscalculated. I should have known that there would be other people in the tent. Fortunately, those elves could fly, and under his guidance, they had already flown away. In a few days, they would fly back to Evernite Forest." Chapter 327. Hee, a group of otherworldly guys. Don't get caught again. At this moment, the voices in the auction house gradually died down. Seeing this, Law waved his hand, signaling the people to be quiet. Then, the starting price for this supreme treasure passed down from the distant sanctuary is 800 million gold coins. The volcano auction house was located halfway up the dragon-shaped mountain range. It was remote but prosperous. As for why it was called the volcano auction house, it was because the dragon-shaped mountain range was a famous active volcano. Every time it erupted, it would more or less spew out the rare minerals and even some rare treasures from the bottom of the volcano. There were also many adventurers and scavengers. Every time the eruption ended, they would swarm over like insects and scavenge for scraps. There haven't been any treasures recently. A young man sighed and looked at the scavengers on the mountain. This young man was dressed in black. His hair was red, and his two pointy ears were very eye-catching. The most eye-catching thing was that he had a long and thin whip on his waist. His companion looked at him and said, "Don't worry about it. Xian-Ce, even if there were any treasures, they would have been taken by the volcano auction house." This man was wearing a tight yellow windbreaker and long boots. Like the red-haired man, he had two conspicuous ears. On his back, he carried a large and precise flintlock. Hearing this, the people around them hurriedly asked them to be quiet. "Hey, you don't look like you're from here. Let me tell you, there are not only scavengers around, but also Babika's lackeys and assassins. Even if you find any treasures, they will take them away. So, don't count on it." Xian-Ce was not convinced. Dragon-shaped mountain range is so far from the Babika kingdom. How can the assassins take care of us? One of the scavengers who looked older said, "Young man, you don't know what happened in our country recently. The assassins are the direct subordinates of Babika's first commander, Zaro. Not to mention worthless scavengers like us, even the small countries and tribes around Babika. For example, the small country with rich resources, the country of Black Sand, is still a country no matter how small it is. But so what? Weren't they all killed by the assassins and massacred in the city? Not a single person was left alive. Xian Ce said in surprise, "There's such a thing?" Xian Ce wanted to ask more questions, but he was stopped by his brother. "Xian Ce, let's go." Big brother Shuyi, Xian Ce, who was dragged away, was very dissatisfied. As he walked, he complained, "I still want to go to that famous volcano auction house to take a look." Bailey Shoyue's expression didn't change as he slowly said, "Let's go quickly. Don't make big brother Kai wait too long." Although Xian Ce was very unwilling, he listened to his elder brother very much. Just like that, the two of them quickly descended from the crater. "Let's go. It seems like we won't be able to get anything good today," a burly man called out to the others. "After we go down the mountain, let's go to the nearby black town and enjoy ourselves for a few days." Ha ha ha. Hearing the burly man's words, the surrounding people couldn't help but laugh excitedly. Just as everyone was packing their bags and preparing to go down the mountain, the ground suddenly shook slightly. "Wait. You guys, did you guys feel the earthquake just now?" one of them asked. His expression was somewhat panicked. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Then, they said, "How is that possible? Could it be someone's skill?" This person was still worried. He looked around and hurriedly said, "Look, they felt it too." Everyone looked around and found that the scavengers at the top of the dragon-shaped mountain range were all looking at the crater not far away with a frightened expression. Everyone held their breaths and quietly looked at the crater. No one dared to move. Rumble, 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 rumble. Gradually, a deafening sound came from underground. This sound became more and more intense and loud. The ground also began to tremble slightly. Crack, crack, the ground suddenly cracked under some people's feet. Crack, crack, it spread all the way to the crater. The sound suddenly disappeared. Everyone stared blankly at the crater and was about to relax. But in the next moment, a dazzling pillar of lava shot up into the sky. Boom, everyone was thrown into disarray by this sudden tremor. Then, this pillar of lava that was at least 10 meters in diameter began to burst rapidly and burst. In an instant, the sky turned red. Black smoke billowed, mixed with lava rocks that filled the sky, and attacked the ground like sand. Only then did everyone react. The volcano is erupting. Run. Ah! Help! Help! It hurts, it hurts. Ah, it's so hot. Cough, cough. Ah! It hurts. The fatal meteor volcano was like hell. It destroyed the top of the mountain, and the crater was still spewing out large amounts of lava. The scavengers were running for their lives. Some of them were adventurers, so their chances of survival were higher. Most of the people here were ordinary scavengers. How could they avoid the meteors that filled the sky? Screams, burning sounds, crashing sounds, and explosions were incessant. Most of the scavengers were burned to ashes by the lava. There were also some who ran faster, but were still engulfed by the rolling volcanic smoke. Their lungs were corroded, and they did not have long to live. On the other side, at the volcano auction house halfway up the mountain, the bidding had reached a climax. 1, 2 billion gold coins. 1, 3 billion gold coins. 1, 5 billion. The crowd at the auction house seemed to have gone crazy. They shouted loudly, and the entire auction house shook. Most of the crowd did not have that much money. They shouted for fun. Anyway, this was the fun of auctions. Reynolds was stunned as he listened to the bids around him. He felt that everything was unreal. He struggled with the ropes on his body and realized that he had no strength at all. Earl Law's face was red, and he shouted with his bell-like voice, "Silence! Silence! Marshal Zaro of the Barbaker Kingdom bids 2 billion gold coins." With this, the auction house finally quieted down. They were lucky enough to witness a bid of 2 billion gold coins that they had never seen in their lives. Zaro sat in the private room, his expression gloomy. His subordinate beside him knew what the marshal was thinking and hurriedly said, "Those ants outside are just making a ruckus." "Marshal, please don't be angry." Zaro nodded and said, "In my territory, everything belongs to me." Chapter 328. Luo was so excited that he stuttered. He was the manager of this auction house. Every time an item was auctioned off, the auction house would take a commission fee of 2/1000 as remuneration. Today, the Army Destroyer Sword and the Apocalypse Bracelet were auctioned off. The total remuneration would be tens of millions of gold coins, 2 billion, going once, 2 billion going twice, 2 billion. At that moment, a group of people came in from the entrance. Leading them was Krieg. The dragon-shaped mountain range volcano has erupted. Everyone, run! Krieg shouted. After saying that, he led the group of people behind him and ran out. His movements were smooth and without any hesitation. The crowd was unable to react. What the hell? The volcano erupted. Doesn't it only erupt once every 3 months? On the stage, Earl Luo was skeptical. He knew that Krieg would not joke about something like this. However, he still found it hard to believe. Just as he was hesitating, the entire auction hall suddenly shook violently. Boom! The decorations on the ceiling fell down and smashed into the heads of the audience. Cracks began to appear on the floor, spreading toward the auction stage. Holy shit! It really erupted. Run! Earl Luo's expression changed greatly. He clenched his fists and looked at the people rushing toward the entrance like a flood. He looked at Marshal Zaro, who was sitting in the private room. He found that Marshal Zaro was motionless and as steady as Mount Tai. Thus, Earl Luo gritted his teeth and shouted, 2 billion going once, 2 billion going twice, 2 billion. I bid 3 billion gold coins. Just as Earl Luo was about to shout out the final price, Bai Qi moved from the private room. He walked to the door of the private room and shouted out the sky-high price. Achem! Zaro frowned. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he quietly looked at the legendary killing god of the state of Qin, Bai Qi. At that moment, the auction house was in an extremely strange state. Everyone had run out and the factory was in a state of chaos. Zaro, Bai Qi, and Earl Law, on the other hand, pretended as though nothing had happened and did not move at all. Hearing Bai Qi's bid, a thin layer of sweat appeared on Earl Luo's forehead. Bai Qi also looked at Zaro. Under the blue mask, no one could tell what he was thinking. The first general of the state of Qin, Bai Qi. Zaro looked at Bai Qi and said, General Bai did not stay in the state of Qin and came to my territory. It seems like General Bai brought a lot of money. Bai Qi smiled faintly and said, Marshal Zaro must be joking. I just saw something good. Since it's something good, then it must belong to the state of Qin. Hihi, I bid 4 billion gold coins. Zaro returned to his seat and looked at Bai Qi quietly. He did not believe that Bai Qi, who came from afar, would have so many gold coins on him. In addition, this apocalypse bracelet was something he had already decided on, so he had enough confidence. Bai Qi did not say anything. He simply looked at Zaro and let out a low laugh. Very good. I don't have that kind of money, but... He picked up the Army Destroyer sword from the table and pointed it at Zaro. A fanatical smile appeared on his face as he said, with my sword, no one in this world can stop me. Zaro's expression changed and he took his weapon from the guard behind him. It was a 3-meter-long biscuit and he placed it on his back. The moment the biscuit was placed on his back, Zaro's aura changed. At this moment, his entire body was like a towering mountain. His eyes were like lightning as he looked at Bai Qi. He was full of fighting spirit. Rumble! At this moment, another earthquake came from outside. This time, the earthquake caused a large hole to appear on the roof of the auction house. Luo was almost hit by the falling debris. He quickly got off the stage and carefully looked at Zaro and Bai Qi. Then, he quickly ran out of the back door. Reynolds gritted his teeth and struggled to break free from the ropes on his body. However, he discovered that the person who had just attacked him had used some unknown magic on him. He was completely powerless. Bai Qi stared at Zaro, killing intent surging through his body. He pointed his sword at Zaro at a strange angle and laughed, die. Before he finished speaking, the ground beneath Bai Qi's feet seemed to have been hit by a 1,000-pound hammer. 2 large holes appeared. Bai Qi charged at Zaro like an arrow released from a bow. Bang! Zaro used his biscuit to block Bai Qi's sword. The shockwave from the collision of the sword and saber caused the surrounding chairs and walls to collapse as if they were rotten wood. At this moment, the army destroyer sword displayed the profundity of a peerless sword. It emitted a faint blue glow and hummed. It actually caused Zaro's biscuit to bend. "Good sword," Zaro said in a low voice. Bai Qi looked at his opponent again and praised, "Amazing. The apocalypse bracelet is mine," Zaro roared. The muscles all over his body swelled red. His veins popped out and his eyes were bloodshot. The surrounding air was scorching hot. With a wave of his hands, he pushed Bai Qi back more than 10 meters. Bai Qi said solemnly, "Innate skill, berserk. Very good." Seeing Zaro charging at him with an oppressive aura, Bai Qi bent down and placed the army destroyer sword on his back. His body emitted a red aura. Blood echo. Bang! The army destroyer sword in Bai Qi's hand was like a wheel of wind and fire. It was mixed with blood and heat as it charged at Zaro. The biscuit in Zaro's hand, under the effect of berserk, slashed out more than 30 times in a second. It collided with Bai Qi's army destroyer sword. Ding ding dang dang. Bang! Air blasts and sparks flew in all directions. For a moment, it was hard to tell who would win. Rumble, a huge volcanic rock fell from the sky and smashed through the roof of the auction house, smashing into the center of the auction house. The two finally stopped fighting and retreated more than 10 meters. "General Bai, it seems that you, your men, and your army destroyer sword are going to fall here." Ha 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 ha. Zaro looked at Bai Qi and waved his hand. In an instant, a large group of men in black appeared behind Zaro. They surrounded Bai Qi and his soldiers in a circle. Bai Qi looked at all this and said, "Is this all you have?" Zaro laughed and said, "General Bai, I admit your strength. However, this is my country. Don't even think about going back alive. Ha 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 ha, I can kill the first general of the Qin state here and get the apocalypse bracelet and the army destroyer sword. Ha 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 ha, the Barbaker kingdom is mine, the Qin state is mine, the king's realm is mine, everything is mine." The auction house was in danger. Zaro and Bai Qi were confronting each other. Reynolds looked at all this and felt anxious. He felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He desperately wanted to become stronger. He was really weak. Chapter 329. Zaro, you sure have guts. The apocalypse bracelet is yours, and so is the Barbaker kingdom. Ha ha ha, what a great commander of Barbaker. At this moment, a voice came from afar. This voice caused Zaro's expression to change. To Reynolds, this voice was like a life-saving straw. The newcomer was Elena. Her upper body was clad in dark blue armor with white fur on both shoulders. Her lower body was clad in an extremely short light blue skirt with tassels. A pair of dark blue armor boots perfectly wrapped around Elena's voluptuous and slender legs. Her right hand held her spear, Holy Radiance. Her left hand held a shield that flickered with a faint blue light. It was domineering and exquisite. Elena looked at the shocking auction hall with a relaxed expression. Her beautiful face showed no signs of retreat. But this time, she was wearing a crown with a blue gem on her forehead. Elena. Reynolds looked at her with a complicated feeling in his heart. Zaro stared at Elena and said in a deep voice, "Elena, you are actually still alive." Elena slowly walked forward and laughed softly. "My dear Uncle Zaro is still alive. How would I dare to be one step ahead of you?" Seeing Elena close in on him, Zaro subconsciously put his Bacento in front of him and assumed a defensive posture. "Elena, where have you been all this time? What are you plotting?" Zaro questioned loudly. Elena didn't answer him. She only looked at Reynolds, who was tied up not far away, and joked, "I haven't seen you for a few days. How did you end up in such a sorry state? No wonder you're my friend." Reynolds smiled bitterly and said, "I'm not as strong as you. Where did you go that day at the mountain restaurant? Why didn't you come back for so long?" "Me? I just went back to my Barbaker kingdom. I took back this crown that symbolizes the throne and power. Elena touched the crown on her head. It's a bit heavy and uncomfortable to wear. She then turned to Zaro and smiled. Uncle Zaro, you really want this crown, right? Zaro stared at the crown on Elena's head with a gloomy expression, not saying a word. Of course, he knew that this was an item that symbolized the throne. Only the supreme royal family of Babika was qualified to inherit and know where it was stored. Bai Qi looked at Eileen and said, Eileen, don't worry. Princess of Babika. Do you know what kind of situation Babika is in now? Eileen looked at Bai Qi and said, Bai Qi. The #1 killer in the state of Qin. Of course I know that my country is nibbling away at the king's realm. And you, and your Qin state, are the enemies that we must eradicate. When Bai Qi heard this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. His laughter even covered the sound of the meteors crashing into the ground. What an arrogant little girl. Bai Qi's voice suddenly rose by an octave as he said, Then I would like to see if you have the ability to do so. Elena smirked and asked, What's wrong? You two aren't fighting anymore. Zaro didn't say anything. He just retreated dozens of meters and stared at Eileen. As for Bai Qi, he quickly pointed his army destroyer sword at the sky. In the next moment, Bai Qi's body was like a ghost. He stuck close to the ground like a shadow, and like a dark light, he flew towards Eileen. This was Bai Qi's killing move, killing in all directions. In an instant, Eileen's body flashed with a golden light. With Eileen as the center, an expanding wave of air burst out. Ding! Bai Qi's army destroyer sword and Eileen's holy glory collided, creating a loud sound. Eileen didn't fall behind at all. The golden light on her body became more and more dazzling. Her long golden hair fluttered rapidly, looking messy and beautiful. Holy advance! After tens of seconds of battle, Elena let out a loud cry. A golden shield appeared around her body, protecting her master from being attacked. Eileen, relying on the power of the shield, was like a small mountain, constantly repelling Bai Qi. Bai Qi used his army destroyer sword to block Eileen's attacks. However, due to Eileen's invincible aura and might, he could only keep retreating. At that moment, Zaro, who was beside them, made his move. Wielding his biscuit blade in one hand, he charged towards the two of them like a giant beast. Eileen's face sank. She knew very well that Zaro was coming for her. Boom! Due to the unprecedented eruption of the dragon volcano, an incomparably large magma rock fell from the sky, trailing thick black smoke behind it. Bai Qi and Zaro were shocked. They gave up on their attacks and with a few flashes, they quickly retreated. Reynolds, who was not far away, saw everything clearly. Seeing that the magma rock was about to cover Eileen, he couldn't help but shout, Eileen, get out of the way. At the same time, he felt that he had regained his senses. In a fit of rage, he pulled out his Yuchang sword and easily cut off the ropes binding him. Eileen. Reynolds had just gotten up when the incomparably large magma rock fell heavily onto the ground. With a deafening boom, the magma rocks exploded like a powerful bomb. Boom! Powerful shockwaves and thick black smoke instantly covered the area. Reynolds was forced back more than 10 meters by the shockwaves. His body was blackened by the volcanic smoke, and he looked as if he had rolled naked in a pile of ash. Cough, cough, cough. Reynolds covered his nose and kept retreating. The smoke slowly dissipated and Reynolds tried his best to open his eyes wide and look forward. Not far away, Bai Qi and Zaro frowned as they looked at the center of the smoke. At the center of the explosion, the smoke dissipated, and a golden radiance slowly radiated out. Taking a closer look, Elena had stabbed the holy radiance into the ground. With the holy radiance as the center, a golden and white shield rippled around her. Not only was Elena unscathed, she was even able to shatter the falling lava rocks. Eileen. Zaro muttered the name to himself. At the same time, a strange smile appeared on his face. At this moment, Reynolds finally saw it clearly. At this moment, he also felt relieved. Eileen looked at Zaro with a cold expression. Her lips curled up and she said, "What is it, Uncle Zaro?" Zaro looked at her and praised, "I didn't think that the student I was most proud of would become so powerful." Back then, when you were still young, your father sent you to be my subordinate. As though recalling something, Zaro's expression changed. Seeing that Eileen had no reaction, he continued. Chapter 330. You were born with divine strength. I remember very clearly that the day you came to my command, you beat up all my soldiers. Ha 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 ha, you were really a thorny rose at that time. You were 10 years old and stayed under my command for 5 years. During this period, you made countless achievements. The most important thing was that you awakened your talent skills. Talent skills, ha ha ha, only 1 in 10,000 people can awaken 1 talent skill. You have awakened 5. 2 more than me. Eileen looked at him coldly without any change in her expression. Your father came to me at this time to ask for you. He asked you to go to the Tang Academy. Ha ha, that old fox. I remember that you liked your father very much at that time. Ha 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 ha. After all, he would help you fulfill any request you had. It was as if you were the king of Babika. Eileen finally showed a smile from the heart. So, I killed him. Zaro's smile gradually became strange. He said, you did what I have always wanted to do, my little princess. At this moment, Elena seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. She laughed so hard that tears flowed down her cheeks. Ha 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 ha, really, Zaro said angrily, what are you laughing at? Eileen stopped laughing. Her eyes gradually turned blood red. She said in a hoarse voice, you killed my father, you. Zaro did not care about Eileen's words. He looked at Eileen's strange appearance and said in surprise, Eileen, you have awakened the 6th talent skill, Berserk. Cheen border. Spring, Shu is the most. The top of the mountain gradually turned white and began to show a little light. The fine purple clouds floated up. Summer is night. Needless to say, when there is a moon, there are also groups of fireflies flying in the dark night without a moon. If there is rain or something, it will be more humane. Autumn is dusk. The sunset shines, near the mountains, and the crows return to their nests. 3, 4, 2 birds fly by, adding to the sadness. Sometimes, the small shadow of the goose flies in the distance in a formation. In addition, after sunset, there is still the sound of the wind and insects. Winter is, stop, stop, stop. I want to ask, Ms. Celine, what do you mean by all this? Rhea was dumbfounded. She walked beside Celine and listened to her explain all kinds of common knowledge about the continent. She felt like her head was about to explode. Celine poked Rhea's forehead lightly. Rhea yelped and pretended to be in pain, which amused Celine. You little girl, didn't you say that the language of the king's realm is the same as the language of your world? How could I not understand? Rhea gave a simple and honest smile and said, it's the same. But I failed all my language exams there. Before he finished, he smiled mischievously and said, you still call me a little girl. Sister Celine, you're not that old either. Hee hee. Celine shook her head and said, you are getting more and more out of hand. How dare you tease me? Rhea chuckled and walked beside Celine. The sound of soldiers training could be heard from afar. Celine stopped and looked at everything in front of her. The meandering Great Wall twisted and turned arrogantly between the mountains. The Great Wall is a famous line of defense in the king's realm. After this line of defense, we will reach the Dragon Mountain range. Rhea nodded silently. Celine asked, are you homesick again? No. Rhea quickly came back to her senses. I remember you told me that your hometown also has such a line of defense. Rhea nodded and said, if there is a chance, I really want Sister Celine to come to my world. Hee, it will definitely cause a sensation. After all, Sister Celine is so beautiful. You're good at talking. At this time, Rhea felt a dangerous aura. There was an invisible pressure that locked her down. She didn't dare to move. Her expression changed and said with a trembling voice, Sister Celine, it seems like someone is watching us. This power is so strong. Why don't I dare to move? Celine didn't change her expression. She touched Rhea's hair and wiped the sweat that suddenly appeared on her head and said, you still say you're not a little girl. Rhea felt much more relaxed after being touched by Selene. Selene raised her voice and said with a smile, "Bailey Shoyue, I know you're in front. Come out and meet me." A gust of wind blew, and in a few seconds, a yellow figure and a red figure appeared in front of Selene and Rhea. "Ha ha ha, I say, Sister Selene, it's been a long time. Why did you come to such a terrible place like our border fortress with your precious body? Don't tell me you can't forget our captain." Bailey Schwanzer had a cynical look on his face as he looked at Selene and spouted a bunch of nonsense. Selene seemed to be used to him. She ignored him and said to Bailey Shoyue, "Where's your captain? Is she still training in the barracks?" Bailey Shoyue nodded and seemed to be speechless about his captain. He said, "Captain. She's been troubled by something recently." Sister Selene, you'll know when you see her, haha." Selene didn't say anything, but the curiosity on her face was obvious. She chatted with the Bailey brothers as they walked. Rhea, who was behind Selene, didn't say a word. She just kept looking at the Bailey brothers. "Oh my God. I see the real heroes of King's Glory again. Sister Selene, Captain told you about the alliance between Evernite Forest and us, right?" "Yes, I've talked to her. Of course, I'm on Mulan's side." "Sister Selene, let me tell you, the people of Barbaca have been too arrogant recently. A while ago, they brazenly captured more than 10 elves from Evernite Forest and sold them at the auction house." Selene felt strange and asked, "Schwanzer, didn't you go to the auction house with Shoyue? What's the situation there?" Bailey Schwanzer put his hands behind his head and said, "I don't know. It's all thanks to Brother Shoyue. If we didn't leave quickly, we would have been buried by the volcanic rocks." "Volcanic rocks?" Bailey Shoyue said, "Don't you know? There was a violent eruption near the volcano auction house in Dragonline Mountain. This eruption is unprecedented. I'm afraid the people in the auction house are doomed. If we left quickly, we might have been able to survive." Selene nodded and didn't say anything else. Dragonline Mountain, volcano auction house. The place was filled with red light. It was dazzling and scorching. It was like hell. Due to the volcanic rocks erupting, falling, melting, and flowing, the terrain had changed. The thick lava flowed like a river and eroded the place. Chapter 331. Reynolds had never seen such a scene before. It seemed that such a scene could only be seen in movies. Zaro and Eileen had been fighting for a long time. Both of them were panting and had sustained injuries. "Elena, are you really going to fight me to the death?" Zaro wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and said with a ferocious expression. Eileen laughed and said, "No. It should be a fight to the death." As for Bai Chi, he had already left with the army destroyer sword. The volcanic eruption was far from over. No one knew when it would end. Before it ended, this place would become hell. "Come out, my assassins!" Zaro roared and slammed the biscuit on the ground. A circle of cracks appeared on the ground, and his voice pierced through the sky. In a short while, a dense crowd of black-clothed men wearing black masks surrounded them like a tide. Not far away, there was a continuous stream of lava. Closer, there were at least 1,000 assassins surrounding Eileen and Reynolds. Zaro looked at Eileen and said, "This time, you and your little lover will be killed by us. You won't be able to escape even if you have wings." Eileen remained calm and collected. She did not show any signs of panic at all. "Uncle Zaro, is this the limit of your strength?" Zaro did not speak. He looked at Eileen with a complicated expression and gave an attack signal. In an instant, the assassins rushed toward Eileen. Many of them looked like magicians and began to cast spells to attack Eileen. With a flash, Eileen landed beside Reynolds and hugged him. "Hold on tight," Eileen said. Without waiting for Reynolds to react, Eileen gathered strength in her legs and leaped into the sky. Zaro laughed and said, "Eileen, jumping into the sky is suicidal. Ha ha ha." After saying that, he ordered all the assassins to attack the sky. But in the next moment, Zaro's expression changed. He saw that not far away, a dense crowd of blue, black, white, red, and green figures were charging toward them like a gust of wind. A soldier rushed over and reported, "Marshal, there are elves in the sky." Zaro sighed and said, "It's not the elves. It's the elves. It's the elven army." Before he could finish his sentence, the sky seemed to be covered by dark clouds. Dense sprites covered the sky. On the other hand, Elena and Reno were supported by Night Spirit and another elf that they had met in the Evernite forest. On the ground, Zaro gritted his teeth and waved his hand. Retreat. The setting sun hung weakly on the top of the mountain in the distance. Gusts of night wind blew past, blowing away the dense murderous aura in the air. Not long after the bloody battle had ended, the Scot army and the Great Wall army had returned to their camps after a day and a half of fighting. This war started a month ago, and the commanders of both sides were famous generals in the king's realm. When their names were mentioned, almost everyone on the continent would be shaken. After all, this was a war that concerned the hegemony of this region. The victor of this war would obtain the absolute advantage of this defensive line. The forces of both sides are as follows: the Great Wall army had 300,000 soldiers, and the commander was the warrior Saint General Hua Mulan. The 23-year-old Hua Mulan was known as the strongest woman in the Qin state. At the age of 18, she led the army on behalf of her father and became famous in the Donna Plains. The 5 elements Tiani formation she created defeated the enemy. Then, she won 3 battles and defeated the strong northern country, Parry, and had no choice but to sign the peace alliance. The northern border of the Scot army was safe and sound since then. The Scot army had 350,000 soldiers, and the commander was the veteran General Jesse, who was over 60 years old. The old general, Jace, who was known as the role model of the army, was a serious and meticulous old soldier. He had studied the art of war all his life and advocated orthodox combat tactics. His tenacity in defense was unparalleled in the Great Wall Guard army. In the past month, the two sides had fought more than 10 battles, big and small, but they were in a stalemate. Because the veteran General Jesse knew how powerful the opponent was, he first set up his own defensive formation with the goal of not losing as the goal of working hard. It was incomparably thick. He also did not take the initiative to attack and strictly forbade chasing the retreating enemy. Although this order caused dissatisfaction among his subordinates, he still insisted on his order. Jess had studied Hua Mulan carefully before, especially the battle where she defeated the Kingdom of Parry, which started out as a cavalry. He thought that it was definitely a classic battle. From that, he knew that the beautiful woman in the enemy's camp had a wonderful commanding art. The valiant Pali cavalry was deceived by Hua Mulan's ingenious feint. While they were happily chasing after the Scot army, they suddenly realized that they had fallen into a well-designed trap. Panicking, they were completely annihilated by Hua Mulan's sudden counterattack. The Great Wall's defensive line stretched on endlessly, and there were large numbers of soldiers stationed at every corner. This defense line was 25,000 miles long, winding and rugged, and uneven. Almost all of the Great Wall was built on high mountains, but some were built at the bottom of the mountains and on the ground. In the middle of a mountain, there were hundreds of military tents, stationed in 2s and 3s. This was the elite combat force of the Qin state. It was also the place where the commander Hua Mulan was guarding. The old man on the other side is really difficult to deal with. Hua Mulan, who had returned to her tent, muttered to herself, "He's like an old tortoise that has turned into a demon. I don't know where to start." Thinking of this analogy, Hua Mulan could not help but chuckle. At this time, she had taken off her armor and was wearing a light, loose robe. Sitting comfortably on the commander's seat, she was lost in thought as she looked at the spiraling steam of fragrant tea. She looked so demure, but her beautiful eyes flashed with wisdom from time to time. In the past few days, Hua Mulan had tried her best to lure Jesse into a trap with the intention of disrupting his arrangements. However, the old general's command of his troops was impeccable. Just like his character, he was also very good at repairing gaps. When Hua Mulan dug a small hole in the Scot army and was about to launch a large-scale attack, the old General Jesse repaired it, causing the Great Wall defenders to retreat without any success. It seemed that other than a direct attack, There was nothing she could do to Jessie. However, a war of attrition was not to Hua Mulan's liking. She thought that it was purely using the corpses of the soldiers to create the fruits of victory. Hua Mulan had always had this understanding. A good general had to think of how to achieve the greatest victory at the lowest cost. Soldiers had to be sacrificed, but the method of sacrifice was the most important. As a general, he had to minimize the sacrifice. This was the only way to truly demonstrate the general's ability to command. "General, the hot water is ready." The maid's report interrupted Hua Mulan's thoughts. Chapter 332. Alright, let's not think about it anymore. Let's take a bath first. Hua Mulan picked up the cup of tea that had turned cold and finished it in one gulp. Hua Mulan, who loved cleanliness, would take a comfortable hot bath every day as long as it was possible. Once she was immersed in the hot water, her nervous mind would be greatly relaxed. Hua Mulan placed the cup on the table and stood up from her seat. She raised her voice and asked, "Who's on duty?" She wanted to instruct her guards to be on high alert. Although her guards were the elite guards of the famous Great Wall Guard army on the mainland and were made up of 5 people who were highly skilled in martial arts, Hua Mulan, who had always been cautious, still had to give them detailed instructions. Reporting, "The Bailey brothers are on duty." Hua Mulan responded and felt relieved. The 2 brothers in the Great Wall Guards were 2 people she trusted. Not only were they powerful, but they were also loyal to her. Apart from herself, there were a total of 4 people in the Great Wall Guards. The Bailey brothers, Su Lai, and Kai. Hua Mulan felt conflicted when she thought of Kai. What's love? Isn't it good to be friends like this? Love means, I treat you as a friend, but you want to sleep with me? Hua Mulan rubbed her forehead and could not help but laugh out loud. Mulan. Before she could have a good rest, a deep and loud voice came from outside the tent. Hua Mulan's expression changed slightly when she heard the voice. She put down the teacup in her hand and looked at the man who came in. "Kai, what's the matter?" The man who came in was Kai. He was dressed in blue armor and his long silver hair was tied behind his head. He had a valiant face and deep eyes. When he walked into the tent, he stared at Hua Mulan affectionately. "Mulan, you've been too tired recently. I just went to the mountains to catch a pheasant. I'll make soup for you later. You'll need to replenish your energy." Hua Mulan sighed and rubbed her forehead. She was thinking about how to explain her feelings to Kai. At the moment, she did not have any plans to fall in love and would not do so in the future. All of his thoughts were focused on martial arts and protecting his country. "Kai, how did the Bailey brothers go to Longxing Mountain?" Hua Mulan avoided the topic and asked. "The 2 of them and I returned in the afternoon. There was an unprecedented volcanic eruption there. It has never happened before. I don't know what the reason is." Kai answered as he sat down beside Hua Mulan. Hua Mulan felt helpless and said, "What's the situation at Baby Ka? What about the troops there? It doesn't look good." Hua Mulan stopped talking and began to ponder deeply. From the looks of it, they were being attacked from both sides. There was the foreign Scot army near them, and Zaro from the Barbaker army far away. "Mulan, Kai saw that Hua Mulan was deep in thought. Just as he was about to speak, there was a commotion outside the tent. "Big Sister Mulan, look who's here." Judging from the voice, it was Bailey Schwanzer. Hua Mulan's train of thought was disrupted and she looked outside. When he saw who it was, his face lit up with joy. "Celine, why are you here?" "Ha ha." The people walking towards them were Diao Chan and Lin Ling. The Bailey brothers beside her reported to Mulan. When Hua Mulan saw this, she was overjoyed. She stood up and rushed forward to hug Diao Chan. "Ha ha ha. Diao Chan, where have you been all this time? I heard that the famous group of 7 had entrusted you a few months ago. I haven't heard from them recently. Are you okay? I was at war with the Kingdom of Parry at that time, so I couldn't help you." Diao Chan was hugged. Although she looked helpless, she was still very happy. She said, "Don't you know how strong I am?" Hua Mulan let go of Diao Chan and smiled. "You're right. We haven't seen each other for so long. I'm looking forward to seeing how strong you are. The two of them chatted happily, but Kai's expression changed slightly. Of course, he knew about the relationship between Diao Chan and Mulan. He walked forward and said coldly, Diao Chan, what are you doing here? When Diao Chan saw him coming out of the tent, her face lit up. For the first time, a mischievous expression appeared on her face. It's Kai. What's wrong? Oh, I remember now. Diao Chan paused and said teasingly, you like Mulan. You like her so much. So, are you two together? As Diao Chan expected, Kai's cold face suddenly turned red when he heard what she said. At this time, he was trying his best to hide his embarrassment, pretending to be calm. He coldly snorted, glanced at Diao Chan, and said, nonsense. After that, he left without looking back. It was as if he was running for his life. He was so fast that Lin Ling was tongue-tied. He's the cold and expressionless Kai? Why was he so different from the game? The super arrogant Ming Ming, Hua Mulan and the Bailey brothers were used to this. They looked at Diao Chan, who had suddenly turned into a little devil, and shook their heads. Come in and talk. Hua Mulan opened the tent's curtain and invited Diao Chan and Lin Ling in. Shuya, thank you for your hard work. Go back and rest. Xuanzi, as for you, go and guard fort number 1 for me. You're only allowed to rest at night. Ah, why? Before Bailey Xuanzi could ask, Hua Mulan had already entered the tent. Shuya gave Xuanzi a look, and Xuanzi did not say anything. After entering the tent, Hua Mulan, Diao Chan, and Lin Ling sat on the bed together. Hua Mulan moved her hand, and the tent's door was locked tightly. At the same time, Diao Chan extinguished all the candles in the tent. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. In the dark, Lin Ling did not know what to do. She heard a rustling sound. It was the sound of Diao Chan and Hua Mulan entangling. Lana, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Why is your part so strange? Mulan did not suppress her voice. She only moaned and sneered. Little beauty, isn't it the same? As she spoke, she moved her hands up and down. Lin Ling's face turned red when she heard this. She did not dare to move. Hua Mulan seemed to have remembered her and asked softly, Chan who is she? Diao Chan said, she's Lin Ling. She's my... Ah, Lana, what are you doing? Who is she to you? She's my little sister. Oh, my little sister. No wonder she's so beautiful. As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled Lin Ling into her arms. Lin Ling exclaimed. How could she resist? She was entangled with Hua Mulan and Diao Chan. The volcano in the hellish Dragonline mountain range stopped erupting. Everywhere was red. Lava flowed out like a river. It passed through the mountain path and every inch of the place. Chapter 333. The boundless night came, illuminating the wilderness into a pitch-black darkness. The moonlight was too bright, making the night seem dark. Renaud followed behind Elena silently, looking at her back. I have to return to my country before dawn, Elena suddenly said. She stopped and looked at Renaud. Renaud nodded and said, will we meet again? Elena revealed a teasing smile once again and said, you can't bear to part with me, can you? After going through so many things with me, you still look so weak. Renaud smiled and said nothing. Elena saw this and did not say anything else. She said seriously, if you want to see me, you will. Renaud was overjoyed when he heard this. He quickly asked, if I want to see you again, will I go to the Barbaker Kingdom? Elena shook her head and said, I don't know. Then what do you mean? You don't know? Elena smiled and said, if I'm still alive by then, it will be for the best. Renaud did not say anything else. He knew that after this farewell, the two of them would be far apart. This is the Donna Plains. If we continue forward, we should be at the Great Wall. Renaud was slightly surprised when he heard this familiar name, but he soon understood. Then, shall we part here? Renaud looked at Elena and asked with a hint of sadness in his voice. Elena smiled mysteriously and said, I suddenly found something interesting. Renaud was stunned. What is it? Elena did not say anything. She grabbed Renault's wrist and looked at his apocalypse bracelet. The bracelet shone with a faint blue light in the dark night. Elena said, I found a shortcut to another world. Renault's heart trembled. He asked, what world? Elena brought Renault to a house in the wilderness. Elena said, next, I will use a method to shrink you and hide you in my pocket. I will bring you to see the weight of this bracelet. Renault nodded. Elena took out a scroll from her bosom and unfurled it. A golden light enveloped Reynolds's body. Renault felt his body being sucked in. When he came back to his senses, he realized that the gigantic Elena was looking at him. And he was standing on Eileen's palm. Elena, your face is so big. Ha ha ha. Shut up if you don't want to die. Elena's face darkened as she said coldly. Oh, Reynolds replied. The next moment, Elena hid him in her long blonde hair. His divine will was like silk and thread, weaving into a net that instantly traversed countless dimensions in the endless void. The two of them disappeared into the apocalypse bracelet. Elena seemed to be barging her way through and finally found an entrance. It's here. The next moment, Elena seemed to have lost control of her body as she fell to the ground with a loud thud. Her body was still in its original position. Did I fail? Let's try again. After saying that, Elena's body was protected by the golden light and she began to erode the bracelet once again. In the invisible void, her divine sense split off an insignificant strand of thought and plunged into the entrance like a loach. To the narrow entrance, this strand of divine will was like a tiger trying to crawl into a mouse hole. Crack, 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 the sound of something shattering could be heard from somewhere. Elena's divine will was like a crazily struggling snake stuck at the entrance, violently shaking its body. The space was as fragile as a piece of white paper that could be torn apart by anyone. Under the touch of Elena's divine will, it disintegrated into thousands of mirror-like fragments, revealing the dark and treacherous chaos after the destruction. Finally, her whole body squeezed into that world with great difficulty. Black clouds covered the sky and yellow sand filled the sky. It was a lifeless world. In the boundless black sky, a gigantic palm that blotted out the sky and covered the sun suddenly appeared. He clasped his hand in the invisible space crack and pressed his 5 fingers together. With a gentle twist, a piece of the dome disappeared from the sky. Chaotic storms and rays surged in through the gap, blowing destructive breaths in the yellow sand of the desert. Immediately after, an equally gigantic but spotlessly white arm squeezed in from the void, followed by a shoulder, a neck, a head. After an extremely difficult effort, Elena finally squeezed her upper body in. Phew, it really wasn't easy. The world in this bracelet is indeed a little strange. Elena looked around and said to Reynolds, when I was chatting with you a few nights ago, I heard you say that something like time travel would happen. Looks like it's true. Reynolds' lower body was completely hidden in Elena's hair. It was soft and warm, and the fragrance of her hair kept wafting into Reynolds' nostrils. It doesn't look very similar to when I came here before. Elena was puzzled and asked, why, is it different from when you saw it before? Reynolds nodded and looked at the world in his bracelet in surprise. He realized that the talent skills and the icons in the equipment column had all disappeared. As this thought flashed through his mind, Reynolds discovered that it was actually engraved in his own spiritual sense. One more thing, why are you so huge in this world? Reynolds looked at the scenery below and compared it to Elena's body in amazement. And on the ground, there was a strange scene. It was a tornado. That tornado that was wrapped in rolling yellow sand walked wantonly in the desert, destroying everything in its path. The people and animals that were sucked into the eye of the tornado seemed to have fallen into a meat grinder, screaming as they were torn into minced meat that was finer than dust, completely disappearing from the world. However, such a walking catastrophe was just the size of an old popsicle in the eyes of Elena and Reynolds. They could hold it in their palms with one hand. Taking a closer look, this was not a tornado. It was clearly a sand monster that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The wind and sand outside were its tentacles and claws, and the eye of the tornado in the inner layer was its mouth and intestines. It quickly minced and digested the people that were swallowed. The remnants of flesh and blood were mixed in the sand, and traces of blood stained its body, showing a demonic red. When he took a closer look, he discovered that the creatures that had been sucked into the eye of the storm were not humans but demons and ghosts in the shape of humans. Their wriggling flesh was inlaid with horrifying human faces, making them look like angry souls roaring in the wind. Magical soul beast. Elena recognized this creature in an instant. This kind of magical soul beast was simply unheard of in the king's world. Elena had only stayed in the sacred domain for a few days and saw the illustrations there. The scientific name of the magical soul beast was Brat. It did not belong to this world at all, but existed in the ancient and evil underworld. Elena spat lightly on the ground as if she was playing a prank. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.